Chapter 30:21. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He directly killed his way into the East Region Devil Cave, alarming one of the devil ancestors in the East Region Devil Cave, the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor. The Black Lotus Devil Ancestor was a devil that had once shaken the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had survived that chaos, which was enough to show how extraordinary he was. At this time, the group of demons saw that the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor had sucked Gu Fei into the Great Tao Devil Lotus. The Black Lotus Devil Ancestor's Great Tao Devil Lotus was a killing weapon that could kill a quasi-supreme. Once the Devil Lotus closed, Gu Fei would be dead. This is the result of arrogance, an expert of the devil race said disdainfully. Gu Fei's previous performance had made all the experts of the devil race unhappy. Now that Gu Fei was about to suffer, they naturally rejoiced in his misfortune. Daring to challenge the Lord Devil Ancestor, he's simply courting death, an expert of the devil race asked. However, the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor's expression was solemn. Devilish flames curled around his body. Even the devil Qilin under him was roaring uneasily. What's going on? The demons were all ancient devils that had lived for countless years. To be able to live to this day, they were naturally very shrewd. They could naturally see that something was wrong. It seems like the ancient devils were no longer calm. Rumble, the Great Tao Devil Lotus that was floating in front of the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor, emitted thunderous sounds. Devilish runes appeared and interweaved on the Great Tao Devil Lotus. A terrifying aura of the Devil Tao erupted from the Great Tao Devil Lotus. That Gu Fei is actually still alive, an ancient devil exclaimed. How is this possible? The ancient devils were indescribably shocked. It was hard to imagine that Gu Fei was still alive after being sucked into the Great Tao Devil Lotus. Was this even possible? However, the truth spoke louder than words. The Great Tao Devil Lotus was constantly trembling. Gu Fei seemed like he was about to rush out. A powerful energy rippled from the Great Tao Devil Lotus. Good heavens! Even the Black Lotus Demon Ancestor couldn't help but be moved. Demonic chi surged from his body, incinerating the void. His hands kept forming seals, sending demonic runes into the Great Tao Demon Lotus. The demonic aura emanating from the Great Path Demon Lotus became even stronger. It was as if it was going to crush the entire world and shatter it. A world-destroying might spread throughout the Devil's Cave. That's right, this was the power to destroy the world. All the ancient devils' expressions changed. This Gu Fei could actually force the Devil Ancestor to go all out. When the Black Lotus Demon Ancestor was at his peak, he was definitely the strongest existence in the world, and he could even fight against extreme sovereigns. But now, even if there was a problem with his cultivation, and he couldn't fight against extreme sovereigns, his fighting power still couldn't be underestimated. I refuse to believe that I can't refine a puny human like you. The Black Lotus Demon Ancestor was furious. He had no choice but to go all out. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from his body, causing the entire Devil's Cave to tremble. At this time, the tyrannical aura from the Black Lotus Demon Ancestor directly spread out from the Eastern Region Devil's Cave. Not only could all the living beings in the Devil Domain feel this aura, even the living beings outside the Devil Domain could feel it. What happened in the Devil's Cave? Outside the Demon's Domain, when the spies of the major forces sensed the mighty Demon Tao aura coming from the Demon's Den, they were inexplicably shocked. Very quickly, the spies of the major powers spread the news. Not long after, incomparably powerful existences arrived outside the Devil Domain. The movements of the Eastern Region Devil's Cave had always been under the surveillance of the major powers in the Eastern Region. One must know that the devils in the Eastern Region Devil's Cave were a deterrent to the entire Eastern Region. Only by constantly monitoring the movements in the Devil's Cave could they know what the devils wanted to do. At this time, the spies of the major powers outside the Devil Domain had no idea what was happening in the Devil's Cave. They were all bewildered. No one dared to act rashly. One must know that the devils in the Eastern Region Devil's Cave were not easy to deal with. Especially those ancient devils, they were incomparably powerful and could even kill sages. Just as the experts of the major powers were rushing to the Devil Domain, but they were all watching from the outside. In the depths of the Devil's Cave, the Black Lotus demon ancestor erupted with a powerful demonic aura. However, the great Tao demon lotus floating in front of the Black Lotus demon ancestor was shaking more and more violently. Even when the Black Lotus demon ancestor used his full strength, he was actually unable to suppress Gu Fei inside the great Tao demon lotus. How is this possible? The Black Lotus demon ancestor's expression suddenly changed, and he instantly disappeared into the void. At the instant when the Black Lotus demon ancestor disappeared into the void on the demon Qilan, the great Tao demon lotus actually flashed with 9 resplendent demonic lights, and a violent aura erupted from the great Tao demon lotus. In the next moment, there was a boom. The great Tao demon lotus instantly exploded, and countless demonic patterns were annihilated in the void. A figure directly rushed out of the great Tao demon lotus. What? Seeing this scene, all the experts of the demons were scared silly. Countless fragments of the great Tao demon lotus shot in all directions, instantly piercing through the bodies of countless experts of the demons. Roar! An ancient devil roared unwillingly, and his entire body turned into dust, dissipating in the void. The power of the great Tao demon lotus was absolutely terrifying. All the ancient devils whose bodies were pierced by the fragments of the great Tao demon lotus were instantly turned into dust. Even those who were grazed by the fragments of the great Tao demon lotus were turned into dust, their bodies and souls destroyed. Damn it! The Black Lotus demon ancestor's figure appeared in the distant sky. Endless demonic aura surged from his body, and all the fragments of the great Tao demon lotus that shot towards him were blocked by him. A layer of demonic light that looked like waves appeared on his body, enveloping him and the demon Qilan beneath him. When the fragments of the great Tao demon lotus hit the layer of demonic light, they only caused a few circles of ripples. At this moment, all the ancient devils who were watching the battle from afar were hit. A large number of ancient devils fell down, and then directly turned into dust, their bodies and souls destroyed. Seeing this scene, the Black Lotus demon ancestor was both shocked and furious. Those were all ancient devils, existences that had lived for countless years, and could even kill sages. But now, they died for nothing. One must know that these ancient devils were the strongest combat strength of the devils, Din losing so many of them in one go. Even the Black Lotus demon ancestor felt incomparably pained. If I don't kill you, I swear not to become a devil. The Black Lotus demon ancestor roared at the sky. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and an extremely violent demonic might erupted from his body. A black lotus appeared on his forehead, and a blood-red light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. Chapter 30:22. Although Gu Fei had been sucked into the great Tao demon lotus by the Black Lotus demon ancestor, not only was he not refined by the great Tao demon lotus, but he even shattered the great Tao demon lotus and charged out. This was something that no one had expected. All the spectating ancient devils thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure. But Gu Fei shattered the great Tao demon lotus and charged out. As a result, the spectating ancient devils were unlucky. The fragments of the great Tao demon lotus shot out in all directions, piercing through the bodies of countless ancient devils. Large numbers of ancient devils fell to the ground, their bodies turning into dust. Their souls were completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei was shocked. He didn't expect the fragments of the great Tao demon lotus to be so powerful that they could kill ancient devils at the sage realm. At this time, an ancient cauldron floated above his head. Primordial chaos energy descended from the ancient cauldron and enveloped him. Mountain and river cauldron. It's the mountain and river cauldron. The furious Black Lotus ancestor was both shocked and furious. No wonder he couldn't refine this fella even with the great Tao demon lotus. So this fella had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him. Buzz. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head vibrated. Then, a figure appeared from the mountain and river cauldron. It was a small old man. I say, brat, when can you calm down and let this old man rest for a while? This small old man was the god of the mountain and river cauldron. He was in a deep slumber, but he was woken up again. This made him very unhappy. TCH, I'm about to be refined to death. If you don't come out, who's going to save me? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Yes, not bad. You're already a quasi-supreme. You didn't disappoint me. This also proves that my judgment isn't bad. I didn't misjudge you. The small old man didn't even look at the Black Lotus ancestor as he spoke to Gu Fei. The god of the mountain and river cauldron, the Black Lotus demon ancestor was even more shocked when he saw the little old man appear on the mountain and river cauldron. Was the mountain and river cauldron a flawless extreme Tao artifact? How was that possible? One had to know that in that distant era, many supreme Tao weapons had been destroyed, and even supreme supremes had fallen, let alone supreme Tao weapons refined by supreme supremes. However, the Black Lotus demon ancestor was well aware of how terrifying a flawless extreme Tao artifact was. It was practically equivalent to an extreme Tao supremacy arriving in person. His Great Path Demon Lotus was actually a peerless demonic tool that could contend with an extreme Path Tao soldier. However, it had been damaged during a great battle in a distant era. Even now, it had not been fully repaired. If his Great Tao Demon Lotus was also a perfect demonic artifact, it wouldn't have been shattered so easily by Gu Fei's cauldron of mountain and river. The Black Lotus demon ancestor's Great Tao Demon Lotus was destroyed once again, shattering into countless pieces. This time, the demonic artifact was completely destroyed. A drop of devil blood seeped out from the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's forehead before sliding down his face and dripping onto the ground. Kill. Without any hesitation, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor roared in rage. He rode on the demon Qilin and charged towards Gu Fei. An extremely terrifying demonic aura erupted from his body. Rumble. The entire demonic cave was shaking as though it could collapse at any time. An even stronger wave of demonic energy came from the depths of the demonic cave. Terrifying demonic marks appeared in the void of the entire cave. These demonic marks froze the trembling demonic cave. Supreme grade demonic marks. Gu Fei was taken aback. This demonic cave seemed to be opened up by an extreme Tao demon ancestor. Otherwise, who would be able to use supreme grade demonic marks? Kill. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't have much time to think. He directly charged towards the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Boom. Two figures collided instantly, and an incomparably shocking sound erupted. Gu Fei was directly sent flying by the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Hand over your life. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor roared as he chased after Gu Fei. Roar. The demon Qilin under the Black Lotus demonic ancestor roared and spat out a demon pearl. This demon pearl instantly enlarged and turned into a black sun, smashing towards Gu Fei. The black sun formed by the Qilin demon pearl emitted a towering demonic flame that swept towards Gu Fei. Preposterous. Gu Fei was shocked at the strength of the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. As for the attack of the demon Qilin, he didn't even bother about it. No matter how strong the demon Qilin was, it was not a match for him. Swish. Gu Fei immediately unleashed a heaven-punishing sword light. With a flash of the sword light, the black sun, smashing towards him, was immediately split into two halves by the extremely sharp sword light and fell from the sky. The demon Qilin roared out as its expression turned weary. The destruction of the Qilin demon pearl had caused the demon Qilin to suffer a huge blow. At the same time, Gu Fei was sent flying by the Black Lotus demonic ancestor once again. Blood oozed out from his nose and mouth. Even his quasi-sovereign martial body had suffered a huge blow. Old man, you're just watching from the side. Why aren't you making a move? Gu Fei was extremely depressed. The deity of the mountain and river cauldron was simply too unreliable. I thought you could do it. The small old man on the mountain and river cauldron said, Get rid of this fella quickly. Gu Fei roared at the small old man. So you can't do it. Then I'll reluctantly help you get rid of this fella. The small old man shook his head and said, You. Gu Fei was nearly angered by this small old man to the point of vomiting blood. Bam! The Black Lotus demonic ancestor charged over once more. A violent power of the demon Tao burst forth, sending Gu Fei flying. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. An aura of the extreme Tao spread out from this figure. Kill. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He would dare to kill anyone who stood in his way right now. Anyone who dared to stand in his way deserved to die. However, the one standing in his way was no ordinary living being. It was the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. The small old man stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist of the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. "Get down!" The small old man roared out and swung the Black Lotus demonic ancestor up before smashing him onto the ground. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the ground trembled. That incomparably ferocious Black Lotus demonic ancestor was smashed onto the ground by the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. Cauldron suppresses the great demon. The deity of the mountain and river cauldron descended from the sky as a terrifying aura descended from the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! From the huge pit on the ground, the roars of the Black Lotus demonic ancestor and demon Qilin rang out. Boom! Chapter 30:23. The god of the mountain and river cauldron made its move. The little old man directly disappeared into the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the mountain and river cauldron pressed down from the sky. Boom! The entire ground was collapsing. An extremely terrifying might of the extreme Tao erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. In the Devil's Den, countless demonic runes of the extreme Tao appeared and then collapsed. They were directly obliterated by the mighty power of the extreme Tao. The entire Devil's Den was in great turmoil and was about to collapse. The attack of the mountain and river cauldron was definitely a disaster to the entire Devil's Denver. A terrifying disaster. Countless ferocious demons roared, letting out their final roars of unwillingness. The great destruction began. With the mountain and river cauldron as the center, it spread out in all directions. The entire Devil's Den was collapsing. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Countless demons directly collapsed in the void, turning into blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Black Lotus demon ancestor and his mount, the demon Qilin, didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. They were directly killed by the mountain and river cauldron, their bodies and souls destroyed. One must know that this was the power of the extreme Tao. The Black Lotus demon ancestor was no longer the extreme Tao demon ancestor. Under the full power of the mountain and river cauldron, even if he was once the invincible demon ancestor, he wouldn't be able to withstand the might of this attack. The Black Lotus demon ancestor died just like that. Gu Fei sighed when he saw this. The demon ancestor of a generation actually died just like that. Although he escaped that calamity and lived to this day, he still died under the mountain and river cauldron. The Devil's Den collapsed. No one expected such an outcome. Countless demons died. Just as the most mysterious place in the depths of the Devil's Den was about to be destroyed, a supreme power of the Devil Tao spread out from the most mysterious place. A ball of demonic light actually blocked the power of the mountain and river cauldron. A demonic figure appeared in the world, actually supporting a part of the world and contending against the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook. Primordial chaos chi surged, and the body of the mountain and river cauldron actually turned into a little old man. That little old man was like a supreme being of the extreme Tao. The aura on his body was enough to crush everything. Gu Fei, who was enveloped by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, was not affected at all. He looked at the scene in shock. This was the might of the extreme Tao. To think that a single strike from the mountain and river cauldron could destroy everything in its path. This was way too scary. One had to know that this was a void that was sealed by the extreme Tao demon marks. In front of the mountain river cauldron, even the void sealed by the extreme path demonic pattern was like a thin piece of paper, easily torn apart. Rumble. As the two extreme powers clashed, the little old man waved his hand, and Gu Fei flew to his side. I didn't expect there to be an extreme Tao demonic artifact in this demon den. Even I was mistaken. The little old man changed from his usual playful and angry demeanor, and his expression became incomparably grave. An incomplete extreme path devil tool would not make him pay so much attention. That extreme path devil tool was definitely a perfect extreme path devil tool. I say, old man, with you making a move, what can't you handle? Who cares what kind of demonic tool it is? Just kill it. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Yes, haha, Who do you think I am? I am the mountain and river cauldron. Kill it with one move. The little old man laughed loudly. Don't go too far. The demonic figure opposite him suddenly sent out a wave of divine will. One had to know that the extreme path devil tool was actually a different kind of life, and the god in the devil tool was not to be trifled with. Is this too much? I don't think so. All right, I'll send you on your way. The little old man said and was about to make a move. However, the demonic figure opposite him suddenly shattered the void and rushed into the chaos with the 3 stone coffins surrounded by devil chi, disappearing in an instant. The next time we meet, we must fight to the death. A wave of divine will came out from the chaos void. The demonic figure had actually escaped. It seemed that the demonic figure had some scruples and was unwilling to fight with the mountain and river cauldron now. The little old man did not chase into the chaos. Hey, old man, are you kidding me? Did you get tricked by that guy just like that? Gu Fei looked at the little old man unhappily and said, It's not the time yet. The little old man looked at the shattered void in front of him and suddenly sighed. What did you say? When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately pricked up his ears. He thought that the little old man would reveal some ancient secrets, but he was immediately disappointed because the little old man did not say anything after that. All right, this time we've wiped out the East Region Devil Denver. It can be considered as your revenge, the little old man said. TSK, didn't the culprit escape? This can also be considered revenge. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Brat, be content. Those guys are not people you can deal with, unless you can break through the extreme realm and make the ultimate leap to become an extreme path supreme. The little old man said, Since ancient times, there have been countless cultivators, but in the 3 realms and 6 paths, there were very few living beings who could become extreme path supreme. Ever since the untainted land was shattered and the passage between the heaven realm and the mortal world was cut off, no living beings could make the ultimate leap. Becoming an extreme path supreme is too difficult, Gu Fei said. As long as your fighting spirit is not extinguished and your heart to seek the Tao never stops, you can become the existence you want to become. The little old man suddenly said earnestly. Gu Fei was the fastest person he had met to become a quasi-supreme. In his opinion, Gu Fei definitely had a chance to become an extreme path supreme. If it's so easy, there would be many supremes in this world, Gu Fei said. At this time, the entire Devil Den collapsed and endless dust buried everything. Of course, the dust couldn't bury Gu Fei and the others. Let's go. The little old man grabbed Gu Fei and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, they appeared in the void outside. At this time, the incomparably terrifying Xian Devil Chi was spreading in all directions. The experts of the major forces watching outside the Devil Den were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Some cultivators who couldn't escape in time were eroded by the Xian Devil Chi and lost their consciousness. Then, shocking changes happened to them, and they turned into ferocious and terrifying monsters. These monsters only knew how to kill. The ferocious monsters that the demonized cultivators had turned into rushed out of the Devil Chi and pounced on the human race cultivators. Evil creatures. A middle-aged cultivator waved his right hand, and an extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, instantly piercing through more than a dozen monsters that pounced on him. However, there were many human race cultivators who were demonized by the Xian Devil Chi. Some of the monsters rushed into the crowd and immediately, flesh and blood flew everywhere, blood splashed, and screams rang out incessantly. No one knew what happened. Even the saint-level living beings were running for their lives. Let's return peace to the East Domain. Chapter 3024. An ancient cauldron, as large as a mountain, appeared in the sky above the demon domain. Then, a terrifying heaven-devouring power surged out from the ancient cauldron. Rumble, the void shook, and the dense, profound demonic chi in the surroundings immediately gathered towards the mouth of the ancient cauldron and was devoured by the ancient cauldron. Then, the profound demonic chi in the surroundings was attracted and gathered towards the ancient cauldron. Next to the ancient cauldron stood a black-robed young man. He looked at the ancient cauldron with a complicated expression. The mountain and river cauldron could even refine and absorb demonic qi. The profound demonic qi in the eastern demon cave was too huge. This kind of demonic power was infinitely close to the sovereign level. If the mountain and river cauldron devoured this kind of power, it might be able to recover to its peak state. Gu Fei knew that even the mountain and river cauldron had suffered a blow in that ancient era. Even now, it still hadn't fully recovered. Very quickly, the living beings outside the infernal domain discovered that the vast and mighty profound devil qi within the infernal domain had actually retreated like the tide, and even the demonic beings transformed from the human clan cultivators had fallen to the ground. The devil qi on their bodies was forcefully extracted by that force, and then they transformed into black powder, their bodies and souls destroyed. Some powerful saint-level creatures couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. Could it be that the demons in the demon domain had rushed out? If that was the case, it was definitely not a good thing. The Eastern Demon Cave had always been the greatest threat to the creatures in the Eastern Demon Domain. No one knew when these demons would come out of the Demon Cave. Once the devils in the Devil's Den came out, it would be a disaster for all living beings in the Eastern Domain. However, no demons rushed out from the depths of the Demon Domain. The saint-level creatures could sense that the demonic aura in the entire demon domain was weakening. What's going on? Some saints frowned as they watched this scene. Not long after, the profound demonic qi in the entire demon domain was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. The creatures outside could no longer sense any demonic aura. How is this possible? All the living beings were inexplicably shocked. They didn't know what had happened in the demon domain. The demonic aura of the Eastern Region Demon Lair had actually disappeared. At this time, even the strongest existence in the Eastern Region was alarmed. A figure appeared in the sky above the Eastern Region Devil Cave. It was a woman with a bronze mask on her face. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had arrived. Shwa. A beam of golden light descended from the sky and landed in the Eastern Region Devil Lair. A tall figure with golden divine light all over his body appeared in the void. The supreme deity from the Zhao clan of the Desolate had arrived. It didn't take long for all of the hidden experts of the Eastern Domain to arrive. They were all old-timers who had lived for countless years. Many of them had participated in that ancient war and survived. None of the old-timers who had lived to this day were simple. Although these existences arrived very quickly, only the Eastern Sky Tyrant King and the peerless god from the primordial Zhao clan saw the ancient cauldron instantly disappear into the void. It's him. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King looked pensive, and the eyes behind the bronze mask flickered with a bright light. He destroyed the Devil Cave just after becoming a quasi-supreme. The golden deity muttered to himself. Then, he turned into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, instantly disappearing into the void. After that, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King also left. At this time, the old antiques in the distance dared to come over. When they saw the huge pit on the ground, they were all shocked to the extreme. The Devil Cave no longer exists, someone said with a trembling voice. One had to know that the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor was in charge of the Eastern Region Devil Cave. The major forces of the Eastern Region were very wary of the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor, and no one was willing to offend him. But now, the Eastern Region Devil Cave had been destroyed. Could it be that the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor had been killed? The possibility of the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor being killed was very high. After all, even the Eastern Region Devil Cave had been destroyed. If the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor hadn't died, who could destroy the Eastern Region Devil Cave? Only one big shot would know who did all of this. The news of the Eastern Region Devil Cave being destroyed spread very quickly. This was definitely explosive news. The Eastern Region was shaken. The entire Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was shaken, and the entire human world of cultivation was shaken. This was even more shocking than when Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise leveled the Heaven Realm's forbidden area. That was because that was a devil cave that was almost impossible to be leveled, and it was guarded by the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor. Very soon, the news spread that the person who leveled the Eastern Region Devil Cave was Gu Fei. Of course, this was just a guess. That peerless deity from the Zhao clan and the Eastern Sky, Tyrant King from the Dongfang clan, didn't say anything. Naturally, no one else knew that it was Gu Fei who did it. Master actually leveled the Eastern Region Devil Cave. In Wanxiang City, the Iron Blood Taoist muttered to himself on the city wall. He never thought that Gu Fei would actually do such an earth-shattering thing as soon as he came back, leveling the Eastern Region Devil Cave. This kind of achievement was definitely enough to shake the three realms and the six paths. The Iron Blood Taoist, who was standing on the city wall, looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. This master of his was really too unpredictable. He would often do something earth-shattering without saying a word. Whether it was leveling the Heaven Realm's forbidden area back then, or leveling the Eastern Region Devil Cave this time, not everyone could do such a great thing. Of course, only core figures like the Iron Blood Taoist knew that it was Gu Fei who leveled the Eastern Region Devil Cave. In fact, it should be said that it was the Mountain and River Cauldron that leveled the Eastern Region Devil Cave. When the Dragonhorn Qilin and the Fire Qilin heard that the Eastern Region Devil Cave was leveled by Gu Fei, they were also dumbfounded. Master is too awesome. Zhuge Liang, the only survivor of the 13 great bandits, sighed. He walked out of the cultivation ground and came to the city wall. Iron Blood Boss. Zhuge Liang bowed to the Iron Blood Taoist. I've thought it through. I'm really going to the human race's ancient road. The Iron Blood Taoist glanced at Zhuge Liang and said, That's right. If I don't make this trip, I might be stuck at the quasi-sage realm for the rest of my life. If I want to take that step, I must make this trip. Zhuge Liang sighed and said, Go on then. The Iron Blood Taoist thought for a moment and nodded. He knew what Zhuge Liang wanted to do. He wanted to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation through life and death experiences. Thank you, Iron Blood Boss. Zhuge Liang bowed towards the Iron Blood Taoist once again, then directly rushed into the sky, flying towards the divine island in the sky. He wanted to take the human race's ancient road. I hope you can succeed. The Iron Blood Taoist looked at the direction where Zhuge Liang disappeared and suddenly sighed. It was either succeed or die. Zhuge Liang was throwing caution to the wind. He wanted to comprehend the Tao between life and death, then break through the shackles of cultivation and soar into the sky. Of course, if Zhuge Liang failed, then he would die and disappear from this world. At this moment, Gu Fei was in the cultivation room of the city lord's mansion. He entered his inner world and went to the Ming clan. The old clan leader of the Ming clan led a group of higher-ups to welcome Gu Fei and brought him into the Ming city of the Ming clan. It could be said that the Ming clan had completely taken root in Gu Fei's inner world. The Ming city was not a small city. It was a medium-sized city that was built by the Ming clan bit by bit. You guys have done well. Gu Fei sat down in the main hall of the city lord's mansion and couldn't help but nod to himself. The Ming clan was developing well, and the entire clan was thriving. After the transformation of the Immortal Transformation Lake, the physique of the entire Ming clan had transformed into the Immortal Physique. Cultivators with the Immortal Physique would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort, and their cultivation speed would be much faster than ordinary cultivators. Moreover, to a certain extent, cultivators with the Immortal Physique were already considered immortals. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that the Immortal Transformation Lake could allow ordinary cultivators to become immortals. Very well, cultivate well. Perhaps you guys will be of help in the future. Gu Fei nodded. He was very satisfied with the improvement of the Ming clan. This is all thanks to the help of the Lord. The old clan leader of the Ming clan said hurriedly. Hee, old clan leader, you don't have to be so humble. This is mainly because the physiques of the Ming clan are pretty good. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have achieved what you have today even with my help. Gu Fei said with a smile. Our clan will never forget the great kindness that the Lord has shown us. The old clan leader said, Cultivate well and try your best to improve your cultivation. You should know that even I might not be able to protect you guys when the great calamity comes. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said such words. The great calamity. The old clan leader of the Ming clan and the higher-ups of the Ming clan were shocked. All right, I'm leaving. That's all. Gu Fei said and stood up. The old clan leader of the Ming clan stood up and led the higher-ups of the Ming clan to send Gu Fei off. Once he was out of Ming City, Gu Fei took a step and disappeared from the eyes of the higher-ups of the Ming clan. No one could see how he left. Great calamity? What does that mean? The old ancestor of the Ming clan muttered to himself as he looked at the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. Since Gu Fei didn't say, he didn't dare to ask either. However, this was a wake-up call for the Ming clan. Old ancestor, what do you think the Lord means? A black-clothed middle-aged man cautiously said to the old patriarch of the Ming family. The other higher-ups of the Ming clan looked at the old clan leader. How would I know? You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? The old clan leader said snappily. He thought for a while and said, all of you, go back and cultivate hard. Try your best to improve your cultivation. Yes, old ancestor. The crowd quickly replied. Chapter 30-25. In the inner world, Gu Fei went to the Death Valley of the Undying clan after leaving the Ming city of the Ming clan. The Death Valley was naturally a place where there was only death. The entire valley was shrouded in a deathly aura. In this inner world that was full of vitality, such a valley seemed out of place. Although the vicinity of Death Valley was also full of vitality, there was no trace of a single living being. Within 10 miles of Death Valley, not a single living being could be found. None of the living beings would get close to death. Once they sensed the deathly aura coming from the valley, they would avoid it in fear. At this moment, the 3 undying emperors, who were rarely seen, came out. A powerful deathly aura spread out from the 3 figures, causing all the undying beings in the valley to panic. Greetings, Master. The 3 undying emperors hurriedly came before Gu Fei and bowed to Gu Fei. You guys have been doing well these years. Tell me your plans. Gu Fei glanced at the 3 undying emperors and said, Master, you, the emperor of the underworld, said hesitantly. They didn't know what Gu Fei meant, so they were very cautious. The Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor looked at Gu Fei in confusion. Reverse life and death and become a saint. Gu Fei uttered these words. What? The 3 undying emperors were surprised and delighted. Wasn't the goal of the undying beings to reverse life and death and be reborn? Master, you are saying. The 3 undying emperors said excitedly, That's right. I can help you reverse life and death and become a saint. Gu Fei said, Master, is this true? The 3 undying emperors couldn't believe their ears. The thing that they had been desperately pursuing had actually delivered itself to their doorstep. This made them feel that it was unreal. What do you guys think? Gu Fei said impatiently, Master's words will never be wrong. Thank you, Master, for helping us. Then, the Emperor of the Underworld knelt down. Thank you, Master. Bone Emperor and Corpse Emperor knelt down as well. At this time, Bone Emperor had already refined the Bone Dragon and possessed an incomparably powerful bone body. However, this made him feel very conflicted. He had just obtained a powerful bone body. Could it be that he had to give it up? To reverse life and death and regenerate flesh and blood, the original body's bones were naturally the most suitable. Let me help you. Gu Fei glanced at Bone Emperor and said. Then, he directly fused Bone Emperor's Yuan spirit with the dragon skeleton. In this way, Bone Emperor's Yuan spirit was completely fused with the dragon skeleton, and there was no distinction between them. All right, there won't be any future troubles. Gu Fei said. With his current cultivation base, fusing the primordial spirit of Bone Sovereign with the dragon skeleton was as easy as flipping his palm. Thank you, Master. Bone King was extremely excited. One should know that this was an ancestral dragon skeleton. Such a bone body was definitely extremely powerful. Although Bone King had barely managed to refine the ancestral dragon skeleton, it was hard for him to fuse with it. This time, Gu Fei completely fused the primordial spirit of Bone Sovereign with the ancestral dragon skeleton, eliminating the hidden danger of Bone King. All right, go to the Immortal Transformation Lake. Each of you will get a peach of immortality and jump into the Immortal Transformation Lake. If you guys are still alive after that, you guys will be able to reverse life and death and regenerate your flesh and blood. Gu Fei said, Peach of Immortality, Immortal Transformation Lake. The 3 undying emperors looked at each other in doubt. One should know that it was the immortal transformation lake that contained immortal chi. This immortal chi was the nemesis of death chi. You guys are undying beings. Trying to reverse life and death is equivalent to defying the heavens. It won't be that easy. As long as your Yuan Shun isn't destroyed and your flesh and blood are regenerated, you might be able to break through the shackles of cultivation and become saint-level experts. Gu Fei explained. If we fail, won't our bodies and souls be destroyed? The Emperor of the Underworld said emotionally. He had thought of the consequences. To these living beings, the destruction of their bodies and souls was equivalent to death. How about this? If one of you fails, I'll give him a chance to continue on the path of undying and become the strongest undying being, Gu Fei said after some thought. The 3 undying emperors were overjoyed. Their master was too kind to them. With his words, even if they failed, their bodies and souls wouldn't be destroyed. In fact, if an undying being walked on the path of undying, it wouldn't be any weaker than other living beings. Go. Gu Fei waved his hand and a mass of chaotic light enveloped the 3 undying emperors. Then, they disappeared into the void. At this moment, the other undying beings in the valley dared to come out from their hiding places. They looked around in fear. The immortal transformation lake was shrouded in celestial light. The immortal peach trees beside the lake were filled with immortal peach trees that emitted a fruity fragrance. The immortal peach trees emitted a brilliant spiritual light as if there were stars hanging on the trees. This was the quasi-immortal divine medicine. It contained chaotic energy internally and the power of yin and yang intertwined on the outside. A single fruit actually contained both the power of yin and yang. It was definitely a spiritual item that was created by the heavens and earth. Swoosh. At this moment, a mass of chaotic light wrapped around a few figures and appeared by the immortal transformation lake. The chaotic light dissipated and a few figures appeared. The 3 figures surrounded by the aura of death appeared by the immortal transformation lake and cried out in surprise. They realized that the dense immortal energy around them was actually destroying the aura of death on their bodies. At this moment, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the 3 immortality peaches immediately fell into his hand. These peach fruits can save your lives. Keep them well. Don't hesitate when you're in a life and death situation. Eat the peach fruits or refine the peach fruits to live. Gu Fei waved his hand again, and the 3 peach fruits in his hand immediately flew to the 3 undying emperors. The 3 undying emperors quickly caught the peach fruits and were about to bow to Gu Fei. However, at this moment, Gu Fei disappeared into the void. Make good use of this opportunity. Gu Fei's voice came from the sky. Yes, master. The 3 undying emperors hurriedly knelt on the ground. Whether we live or die depends on this. The Emperor of the Underworld said, Old Bones, this time around, you're in some danger. Your body is the ancestral dragon bone. It's definitely not an easy task to regrow the flesh and blood of the ancestral dragon bone. This is equivalent to resurrecting an ancestral dragon. The Corpse Emperor said with a fake smile, as if he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Back in the ancient heavenly court, the 3 undying emperors fought for the ancestral dragon bone. In the end, the Bone Emperor won and obtained the ancestral dragon bone. The Underworld Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were naturally unhappy. It was especially so for the Emperor of the Underworld. He had been tricked by the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor and was defeated by them. This made him extremely depressed. In the end, the Bone Emperor defeated the Corpse Emperor. Although he was the final winner, the relationship between the 3 undying emperors was very strained. Of course, the 3 undying emperors didn't dare to fall out with each other. After all, their master, Gu Fei, definitely didn't want them to have internal strife. The Bone Emperor snorted coldly, but he didn't say anything. In his skull, the primordial spirit flame emitted a dazzling divine light like a burning sun. He was aware of his own situation. Although he had obtained the help of Gu Fei to fuse his primordial spirit with the ancestral dragon bone, as the Corpse Emperor had said, if he were to be reborn, it would be equivalent to resurrecting an ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon was definitely the most powerful dragon in the world. It was almost impossible for such a powerful creature to be resurrected after its death. It seems like it's not a bad thing that we can't get the ancestral dragon bone. The Underworld Emperor sighed. The Corpse Emperor and the Underworld Emperor didn't think that the Bone Emperor would succeed. The more powerful a creature was, the more difficult it would be to reverse life and death and regrow flesh and blood. Of course, it wasn't that no one had taken that step. To a certain extent, the Bone Emperor still had a chance, but the chance was very slim. All right, there's no point in talking too much. Let's see who will have the last laugh among the three of us. The Bone Emperor said coldly. Then, without any hesitation, he leaped into the Immortal's Transformation Lake. Plop. The Underworld Emperor and the Corpse Emperor glanced at each other before leaping into the Immortal Transformation Lake as well. The three Undying Emperors entered the Immortal Transformation Lake, and the entire lake boiled. The Immortal Chi and the Death Chi intertwined. The Immortal Chi was destroying the Death Chi. From time to time, miserable cries could be heard from the Immortal Transformation Lake. The three great Undying Emperors were in great danger. It must be known that they were undying creatures and cultivated the power of death, which was a natural counter to the Immortal Chi in the Immortal Transformation Lake. This time, the three Undying Emperors had staked everything on one throw. Of course, they had their own ways to protect their lives. However, the process of dying made them suffer greatly. At this moment, Gu Fei had left behind a clone to sit in the sky above the Celestial Transformation Lake, paying attention to the movements in the lake. His real body left the inner world and appeared in the cultivation room of the Wanxiang city. Why is this guy here? As soon as Gu Fei came out of the inner world, he sensed a guy's aura. Then, he walked out of the cultivation room and arrived at the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Haha, I was wondering what kind of wind blew an old tortoise to my place. Gu Fei laughed as he walked up to the throne in the main hall and sat down. The person who was carefully accompanied by the Iron Blood Taoist was the old tortoise. I say, brother, this place of yours is a little too shabby. How about I give you an immortal mansion? No matter what, it's at least 100 times better than this city. An immortal mansion? I can still give it to you. The old tortoise glanced at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, and said. He crossed his legs, picked up a spiritual fruit, threw it into his mouth, and started chewing. Cut the crap. Do you think I don't know you? You're definitely up to no good by coming here. Tell me, what do you need my help with? Chapter 3026. Gu Fei was very surprised that the old tortoise had come to Wanxiang City. One must know that the old tortoise was definitely someone who would not come without a reason. It was definitely not a good thing for him to come personally. Tell me, what's the matter? On the throne, Gu Fei smiled faintly at the old tortoise, who was crossing his legs and eating a spiritual fruit. That spiritual fruit was a type of scarlet blood spiritual fruit. It could strengthen the physique of living beings and make their qi and blood extremely vigorous. Yet, the Iron Blood Taoist used this rare spiritual fruit to entertain the old tortoise. There were many spiritual herbs planted in the medicinal fields of Wanxiang City. The scarlet blood spiritual fruit was one of them. Of course, it was also one of the rarer ones. What's the matter? Can't I come to visit my brother? The old tortoise curled his lips and said with a ruffian face. Haha, I'm naturally very happy that you came to visit me, Gu Fei said with a smile. Are the yin-yang fruits in the medicinal fields ripe? Go and pick some for my brother to taste. Gu Fei said to the Iron Blood Taoist who was standing below the throne. Master, the 9 yin-yang fruit trees have all borne fruits. However, there are only 3 to 5 ripe yin-yang fruits. I'll go and pick them now. The Iron Blood Taoist said and left the hall. You actually have yin-yang fruits here? The old tortoise said in surprise. One must know that the yin-yang fruit was a type of immortal medicine born from the yin and yang qi. A yin-yang fruit would condense a powerful yin and yang essence. It was naturally a great supplement for cultivators, especially those who cultivated the great Tao of yin and yang, as it could improve their cultivation. Of course, even cultivators who cultivated other grand Taos could eat this spirit fruit to refine the yin and yang essence, and it would naturally have the effect of improving their cultivation. However, The effect would not be as obvious as that of cultivators who cultivated the grand Tao of yin and yang. Haha, I don't lack spiritual herbs or spiritual fruits here. Gu Fei smiled. There were several divine springs of life in his inner world. Each divine spring of life contained an endless amount of life essence. The purest life essence was most suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. Countless spirit herbs grew around each divine spring of life. There were even legendary divine herbs and immortal herbs. Even immortal divine herbs could be seen. It could be said that in this world, only extreme sovereign existences could compare to Gu Fei in terms of the number of elixirs they possessed. That's true. That piece of godly land that you possess is something that I'm extremely envious of as well. Old Tortoise sighed. He had to admit that Gu Fei's luck was really heaven-defying. All the treasures in the world seemed to have gathered in his hands. Very soon, the iron-blood Taoist entered the hall with a jade plate in his hand. There were 5 fist-sized, crystal-clear spiritual fruits on the plate. Yin and yang qi lingered above the spiritual fruits. It was an extremely pure yin and yang essence. The moment the iron-blood Taoist entered the hall was filled with yin and yang qi. The source of the yin and yang qi was the 5 yin-yang fruits. These yin-yang fruits looked delicious. Old Tortoise stretched out his right hand. One of the yin-yang fruits on the jade plate in the iron-blood Taoist's hand immediately flew into his hand. He took a bite. The flesh of the yin-yang fruit turned into a warm current that flowed directly from Old Tortoise's throat to his esophagus. Then, it flowed from his esophagus to his stomach. Old Tortoise only felt a mass of warm air spreading from his abdomen and soon spread all over his body. He felt warm all over and extremely comfortable. The yin and yang essence melted in his abdomen and was directly refined by him. He then integrated it into his own essence. Old Tortoise walked the Tai Huang path, but it was different from the Tai Huang path because the Tai Huang had once instructed him that it might be difficult for him to take the ultimate leap and become a supreme being. The path taken by the predecessors might not necessarily be suitable for Old Tortoise and could only play a supporting role. Old Tortoise needed to walk his own path. Haha, this yin-yang fruit really lives up to its reputation. Old Tortoise laughed and ate the yin-yang fruit in his hand in a few bites. He even swallowed the seeds together with the flesh. One more. After saying that, Old Tortoise grabbed a yin-yang fruit and ate it. After eating 2 yin-yang fruits, Old Tortoise rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. This kind of spiritual fruit had been used many times. The effect was the best when eaten the first time, and the effect of the second yin-yang fruit was much weaker. To some extent, this kind of rare spiritual fruit might only grow one in a spiritual land. However, in Gu Fei's inner world, this uniqueness was broken. Spiritual herbs could gather the spiritual energy of the world. If there was enough spiritual energy, many spiritual herbs could naturally grow. If there was not enough spiritual energy in the area, it would be very difficult to grow a single spiritual herb. Old Tortoise ate 4 yin-yang fruits in a row before wiping the juice from the corner of his mouth and stopped. Iron-blood Taoist was shocked as he watched from the side. One must know that this was the yin-yang fruit, not those spiritual herbs that could be easily found. The yin-yang essence qi contained in a single yin-yang fruit was enough for a quasi-sage to refine for a month without being able to finish. Even a sage would need a few days to refine the yin-yang essence contained in the yin-yang fruit. Even the iron-blood Taoist, with his Saint Emperor realm cultivation, could only eat 2 yin-yang fruits at most. It was not that easy to refine the yin-yang essence into other essences. This was the first time the iron-blood Taoist had seen someone eat 4 yin-yang fruits in a row like the Old Tortoise. Of course, spiritual herbs were nothing to Gu Fei. In his inner world, there was a large patch of yin-yang trees. He only transplanted 9 of them into the herb farm in Wanxiang City. Old Tortoise, just say it. What's the matter? Don't pretend in front of me. It's meaningless, understand? Gu Fei said. He knew that the Old Tortoise definitely had something to do. Otherwise, he would not have come to Wanxiang City. Sigh, you brat. The Old Tortoise sighed and shook his head. Actually, I want you to protect me. What? You're going through the tribulation? Gu Fei was both surprised and overjoyed. The Old Tortoise was finally going to take that step. The Old Tortoise nodded. All right, when? Gu Fei nodded. The old tortoise wanted him to protect him, so he naturally would not refuse. After all, the old tortoise helped a lot when he was going through the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. 3 days later, the deserted world. The old tortoise said, "What? You're going to the deserted world for the tribulation?" Chapter 30:27. The old tortoise was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme. Although Gu Fei already knew that the old tortoise was about to take that step, he did not expect the day to come so soon. In the main hall of Wanxiang City, Gu Fei was surprised to hear that the old tortoise was going to the deserted world to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Why would the old tortoise want to go there? The deserted world was a vast world that had yet to see the emergence of a supreme being. The current deserted world was like the ancient times of the human realm. Experts emerged in large numbers, and the entire world of cultivation was thriving. This was a great era where countless experts emerged and many quasi-supreme existences were born. All signs in the deserted world indicated that this vast world might have its first supreme of the extreme path. Was the old tortoise going to undergo the heavenly tribulation to break through to the supreme realm and become the first invincible supreme to be born in the deserted world? You want to? Gu Fei could not help but be moved at the thought. Haha, this time, I must beat you. The old tortoise laughed. He was very confident. After all, it was definitely easier to break through to the supreme realm in the deserted world than in the heaven realm. Of course, there was another perfect world that they did not know about, the so-called otherworldly realm. The otherworldly realm was Ming Qiong's hometown. No one knew where Ming Qiong had taken the black-scaled tiger emperor to. Perhaps they had already found a way to return to the otherworldly realm. You're just playing tricks. Gu Fei shook his head. You're too pedantic. As long as I can become a supreme of the extreme path, I'm willing to try anything. The old tortoise suddenly looked at Gu Fei with a serious expression. Hearing the old tortoise's words, Gu Fei could not help but feel moved. All right, I have to go back and make some preparations. When the time comes, meet me in the heaven realm, and then we'll go to the deserted world together. I don't want too many people to know about this. The old tortoise stood up as he spoke. Gu Fei also stood up when he heard the old tortoise's words. Brother, don't send me off. As old tortoise spoke, his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Even the Iron Blood Taoist, who was accompanying him, did not see how he left. This guy. Gu Fei shook his head and sat down again. Old tortoise was about to take that step, which was a good thing for him. After all, the more powerful old tortoise was, the more powerful his help would be. Master, can you take me with you? The Iron Blood Taoist was tempted. It would be strange if he wasn't tempted. One had to know that this was the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme being. If he could go and experience it, it would naturally be a great thing for him. You have to go and take a look. Gu Fei glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist and saw him looking at him nervously. This guy was only in the Saint Emperor realm, not even a great sage. Even if he went to see the old tortoise's tribulation, it seemed difficult for him to see anything. If one's cultivation was not high enough, it was like looking at flowers in a fog. All right, Gu Fei nodded. This Iron Blood Taoist had followed him for a long time and was loyal to him. Gu Fei could not bear to reject him. At times, Gu Fei felt that his heart wasn't hard enough. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't be heartless. If he were to be heartless, he wouldn't be human. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. This is human nature. Thank you, Master. The moment the Iron Blood Taoist saw that Gu Fei had agreed to it, he was elated. Don't spread the news of the old tortoise's tribulation. Just the 2 of us will know. Gu Fei said. Yes, Master. The Iron Blood Taoist replied hurriedly. All right, you can leave now. Let me have some peace. Gu Fei waved his hand. Yes. The Iron Blood Taoist retreated hurriedly. Haha. After the Iron Blood Taoist left the main hall, he could not help but burst out laughing at the thought of being able to watch the old tortoise's tribulation with his master. This was something that most Saint Emperors would not even dare to imagine. Without the protection of other powerful beings, most Saint Emperors would not even dare to watch the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. One had to know that the might of the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation was enough to cause the souls of saint emperors to dissipate. Oi, why are you so happy? Did the master give you some treasure? Outside the main hall, a young man in white robes walked up from the bottom of the stairs. This young man's face was like jade, and he was exceptionally handsome. Furthermore, the immortal Tao aura around him was boundless, as though he was a true immortal that had descended from the 9 heavens. This young man was the third of the 3 great immortal servants that Gu Fei had subdued. Each of the 3 great immortal servants had a cultivation state of a holy lord. However, if they were to fuse together and turn into an immortal body, they would be able to exhibit the fighting strength of a quasi-supreme being. Gu Fei was the only one who could subdue an existence as such. The moment the iron-blood Taoist saw that it was an immortal servant, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. One had to know that this fellow was a holy lord. In front of them, he was as weak as an ant. At this moment, the third immortal servant had already arrived before the iron-blood Taoist. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you," said the iron-blood Taoist. He was very calm because he knew that even though this immortal servant's cultivation was higher than his, the iron-blood Taoist definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to him. The immortal servant's expression changed and was about to erupt in anger. One had to know that this guy was nothing more than an ant before him. In the past, the iron-blood Taoist could slap this guy to death with a single slap. "Third brother, what are you doing?" At this time, a voice came from the distance. Afterward, a figure walked out of the void and arrived next to the iron-blood Taoist. "Big brother, it's nothing. I was just chatting with Brother Iron-Blood." The third immortal servant hurriedly said, Let's go. I have something to discuss with you." The eldest immortal servant stepped forward and pulled the youngest immortal servant up. Then, they instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. This guy, at this moment, a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on the iron-blood Taoist's forehead. This guy actually wanted to kill him. He actually wanted to kill him. The iron-blood Taoist truly didn't expect that this guy would really want to kill him. One had to know that the Lord was in the hall. Even if this guy wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to. If this guy dared to attack him, then he would definitely be the one to die. The iron-blood Taoist thought about it and turned to leave. As long as the Lord was here, these guys wouldn't dare to touch him no matter how strong they were. "Third brother, you're too muddle-headed. How dare you want to kill that ant?" In the residence of the 3 immortal brothers, the entire courtyard was enveloped by an immortal formation. No one could hear or see anything. "Big brother, that ant," the third immortal servant tried to explain. "Shut up. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? You're simply courting death." Chapter 30:28. For 2 days in a row, Gu Fei did not leave the Wanxiang city. During these 2 days, something big happened in his inner world. At the immortal becoming lake, 2 powerful saint-level auras appeared. Someone in the lake had become a saint. Just as the 2 were about to trigger the heavenly tribulation, they were taken away by Gu Fei's avatar from the immortal becoming lake. Gu Fei's avatar took the 2 experts who were about to undergo the heavenly tribulation out of the Wanxiang city. They even left the eastern region and entered the heaven realm. Then, from the heaven realm, they entered the desolate world. Finally, they were thrown into a mountain range for them to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Compared to the heaven realm, the desolate world had a much higher chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation. After all, the desolate world was a perfect macro world with no flaws. Rumble. The tribulation cloud condensed. The 2 of them triggered the heavenly tribulation at the same time. The entire world quickly darkened and dazzling lightning flashed in the depths of the sky. The destructive aura spread over 100,000 miles, alerting many powerful creatures in the nearby regions. Soon, powerful figures appeared in the sky. Gu Fei's avatar sat cross-legged in the void, and the aura of a Saint Master permeated the air. The powerful creatures in the distant sky were shocked and did not dare to come close. In the desolate world, the Saint Masters had another title, Ancient God. The quasi-supreme masters were known as sovereigns in the desolate world. With an ancient God protecting the 2 experts who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation, The creatures in the desolate world did not dare to come close. They could only watch from afar. The heavenly tribulation was activated. Amidst the endless lightning, a vague shadow of a dragon appeared. A powerful ancestral dragon aura surged out from the dragon's shadow. When the endless lightning landed on the dragon's shadow, they were all repelled by the ancestral dragon aura. I didn't expect this guy to succeed. Gu Fei's avatar, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, could not help but exclaim. The dragon that was bathing in the lightning was the Bone Emperor. In fact, Gu Fei wasn't optimistic about Bone Sovereign's chances because his bone body was too strong. That was the bone of an ancestral dragon, which was equivalent to resurrecting an ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon was a creature so powerful that even the heavens and earth trembled. Although it wasn't impossible to resurrect such a creature, it wasn't an easy task either. Therefore, Gu Fei wasn't optimistic about the Bone Sovereign's chances. Even the Emperor of the Underworld and the Corpse Emperor were not optimistic about Bone Sovereign's chances. However, the Bone Emperor, who was looked down upon by everyone, had succeeded. On the contrary, it was the Emperor of the Netherworld who had failed. His body and soul were almost destroyed. At the crucial moment, he had refined the peach of immortality to save his life. One had to admit that even Gu Fei had misjudged Bone Sovereign this time. The potential of Bone Sovereign was indeed huge. Such an expert with endless potential was definitely worth cultivating. The Underworld Emperor was destined to walk the path of immortality. On the other hand, the Bone Sovereign and Corpse Sovereign were reborn. Their flesh and blood were reborn. Their undead bodies were brimming with endless vitality. The creation of the heavens and earth was magical. In the midst of death, there would be a little bit of vitality. The immortal transformation lake had infinitely magnified the vitality in the Bone Sovereign and Corpse Sovereign's bodies. The Bone Sovereign and Corpse Sovereign were undergoing their tribulations at the same time. The saint-level heavenly tribulation was definitely much stronger than when they were alone. This was also a kind of test. One should know that the stronger their tribulations were, the stronger they would be compared to ordinary saint-level experts after they succeeded. This was relative. Of course, the premise was that they could survive the bombardment of the tribulations. While the Bone Sovereign and Corpse Sovereign were undergoing their tribulations, Gu Fei's true body had also started to head towards the heavenly world. The time he had agreed with the old tortoise had arrived. He brought the Iron Blood Taoist and the 3 immortal Tao brothers with him and headed towards the Eastern Domain's heavenly ruins. Soon, the group arrived at the heavenly world. The old tortoise's people were already waiting at the exit of the heavenly path. The one who came was actually a true dragon, a saint sovereign level existence. It was a young man with a slender figure. His face was as clear as jade. His white robes fluttered in the wind. He was an incomparably handsome young master. If it wasn't for the pair of ancestral dragon horns on his head, no one would be able to tell that he was a true dragon. This was a junior of the old tortoise, named Zhang Yuan. "Where's Shaoqing?" Gu Fei asked. He rode on the dragon horn Qilin beast and had a true fire Qilin by his side. There were also those 3 great immortal Tao living beings following him. This sort of extravagance was comparable to a true heavenly emperor moving out. "Senior brother Shaoqing is in seclusion. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Uncle Master to see him," said Zhang Yuan. "He's in seclusion. Could it be that he has taken that step?" Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Shaoqing was a great saint of the demon race. If his cultivation broke through another level, he would be a saint sovereign. Although this Zhang Yuan was a true dragon saint sovereign, in terms of seniority, he could only be Shaoqing's junior brother. Gu Fei was his uncle master. "I'm not too sure about this. After you see Uncle, you can ask him yourself," said Zhang Yuan. His position in the demon race of the heaven world was not low. He was a junior of the old tortoise, the son of one of the old tortoise's brothers. In terms of bloodline, the Tai Huang was the first generation of the dragon race, the ancestor of the dragon race. The old tortoise was the second generation, so he could only be called the ancestral dragon. Zhang Yuan was the third generation. The Tai Huang bloodline in Zhang Yuan's body was very pure. "All right, we'll talk about it when we see the old tortoise." Gu Fei nodded. Thus, Zhang Yuan led the way, and everyone left the exit of the ancient road to heaven. They soared into the sky and flew towards a divine island. Who is that person? Lord Songyuan actually came to greet him personally. He seems to have a great background. Damn, you're new here. You don't even know him? He's Gu Fei. What? He's Gu Fei? The demon race's experts who were guarding the ancient road to heaven were shocked. Gu Fei's name was well known to them. They didn't expect that they would be able to see Gu Fei in person. While the demon race's experts were discussing Gu Fei, Songyuan had already brought Gu Fei's group to the divine island in the sky. The entire island was the old tortoise's palace. Not everyone could do this. In the current heavenly realm, how many people could refine an entire divine island into a palace? Little Dao friend, you're here. Just as Songyuan, Gu Fei, and the others arrived in front of a palace, a white-haired old man suddenly walked out of the palace. This old man was the demon race's old ancestor. Old ancestor. Songyuan quickly greeted the old man. Greetings, old ancestor. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent in front of the demon race's old ancestor. No need to be so polite. The little tortoise is waiting for you inside. Go. Chapter 30-29. The old tortoise was about to undergo the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation, which was definitely a big deal for the entire heaven realm's monster race. At this moment, all the monster race experts had gathered on the old tortoise's divine island. The divine island was definitely a fairyland. The entire island was surrounded by spiritual light, and the chi of the great Tao was vast and mighty. There were waterfalls, springs, mountains, and pavilions on the island. It was a picturesque scene. Among the pavilions dotting the mountain ridges, many of them were surging with chi of blood. The powerful aura caused all sorts of strange phenomena in the sky. This was the aura emitted by extremely powerful creatures, which could affect the changes in the world. Of course, this wasn't something ordinary people could see with their naked eyes. Only existences above the saint level could see all sorts of phenomena with their Tao eyes. Wow, so many experts have come. The three spirits that followed Gu Fei to the divine island did not enter the main hall. Instead, they waited outside for orders. The dragon horn Qilin also stayed outside. Only the fire Qilin Balon and the iron blood Taoist were qualified to follow Gu Fei into the main hall to meet the monster lord. At this moment, the three spirits were stunned by the scene in front of them. Countless powerful auras rushed out from the mountains and took form in the sky. Countless powerful beasts appeared in the sky above the mountains. There were ferocious beasts in the shape of Qilins, as well as huge dragons with astonishing dragon chi. There were golden phoenixes flapping their wings, as well as three-legged golden birds that looked like godly suns. These were the hidden experts of the monster race, but at this moment, they had all gathered on the old tortoise's divine island. So many ancient gods. This heaven realm actually has so many experts. The three spirits were shocked. They knew that these were only the experts of the monster race in the heaven realm. Compared to the entire heaven realm, these experts were only a small portion. How is this possible? The third of the three spirits had always been arrogant and unyielding. He had never submitted to anyone, but now, he could not help but be stunned by this scene. Himph, three bumpkins. How ignorant. The dragon horn Qilin lay on the ground and said disdainfully, "What did you say?" When the third of the three spirits heard this, a vicious look appeared in his eyes, and he stared at the dragon horn Qilin beast as if he was about to attack. Third bro, you should control your temper. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. We are just frogs at the bottom of a well. The leader of the three spirits sighed. They had been staying in the deserted world all this time, and never knew that there were other realms besides the deserted world. This trip with Gu Fei had made them realize their own inadequacies. Initially, they thought that they were invincible in the world, but now, it seemed that they were too laughable. Humph, you just followed Master a little earlier than us. What are you being so arrogant for? The second of the three spirits said unhappily. They didn't dare to do anything to an ant like the dragon horn Qilin beast. I don't dare to be arrogant in front of you. I advise you to restrain yourselves. Otherwise, you'll be the ones to suffer. The dragon horn Qilin beast said indifferently. The third of the three spirits wanted to get angry, But on second thought, he couldn't help but shudder, so he stopped talking. They were now Gu Fei's servants, so they should act like servants. They were no longer the masters who could do whatever they wanted in the past. At this time, in the main hall, after Gu Fei and the old tortoise exchanged greetings, Gu Fei directly asked about Xiaoqing. Haha, you don't have to worry. Xiaoqing may be able to take that crucial step this time. I'm very optimistic about him. The old tortoise laughed and said, his disciple, Xiaoqing, really made him proud. In just a few years, Xiaoqing was already a great saint, and now he was about to take that step and become a holy lord. Once Xiaoqing succeeded, his position in the demon race would be more stable, which was also a good thing for the old tortoise. With you looking after Xiaoqing, I'm naturally very relieved. Gu Fei nodded and said, well, I still need to make some preparations, then let's go. Song Yuan, take your master uncle to have a rest. The old tortoise said. The quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation was not so easy to pass. Although he chose to undergo the tribulation in the deserted world, no one knew what would happen during the tribulation. Even the old tortoise had to be fully prepared. The old tortoise went to prepare. Song Yuan took Gu Fei out of the main hall and then flew to a nearby mountain. There was a pavilion at the top of the mountain. The three spirits and the dragon-horned Qilin beast, who were waiting outside the main hall, quickly followed. This mountain was a lot higher than the other mountains. Climbing this mountain made Gu Fei feel like he was standing at the top and looking down at all the other mountains. After taking Gu Fei here, Song Yuan took his leave. This place is not bad. Gu Fei stood in front of the pavilion, looked around, then nodded and walked into the pavilion. Who is that person? How is he qualified to stay there? Two middle-aged men were standing on a mountain peak in the distance. They were looking at the tallest mountain peak and whispering to each other. I don't know who that person is, but someone who can stay there is definitely not simple, the thin middle-aged man said. Song Yuan is here. We'll know if we ask him, the thin middle-aged man said. Song Yuan is here. We'll know if we ask him, the other middle-aged man with a dark face said. A figure was flying past the mountain peak. Brother Song Yuan, how about coming over? The slender middle-aged man waved at the figure that was passing by. Oh, it's Brother Tianpong and Brother Black Tiger. The person who was passing by was Song Yuan. When he heard the call, he turned his head and saw two figures standing on the mountain peak. Song Yuan immediately changed his direction and flew towards the two Monster Clan experts, landing on the peak of the mountain. Brother Song Yuan, who is that person? How can he stay there? The dark-faced middle-aged man pointed at the mountain peak in the distance and said, that person. Song Yuan glanced at the two and revealed a strange smile. You two don't know him? How is that possible? Song Yuan was in disbelief. We've only been born recently, so we naturally don't know much about the people of the present age. Old ancestor Tianping said. That's right. We really don't know much about the outstanding figures of the present age. Old ancestor Black Tiger nodded. Haha, even though you've only been born recently, you've definitely heard of his name. Song Yuan glanced at the two and said with a smile. Really? Who is it? Tell us. Chapter 30. On the old tortoise's divine island, there was an immortal pavilion that only served the most distinguished guests. The pavilion was located on the highest peak of the divine island. Over the past few days, many powerhouses of the demon clan who entered the divine island were curious about who was qualified to stay in the pavilion. Today, the answer was revealed. On another peak, old ancestor Tianpong and old ancestor He who were chatting with Song Yuan. They really wanted to know who was qualified to stay in the first immortal pavilion. One should know that the first immortal pavilion was a symbol of one's identity and status. In the entire demon race, there weren't many who were qualified to stay in the first immortal pavilion. Old ancestor Tianpong and old ancestor He who naturally knew that they weren't qualified to stay in the first immortal pavilion, but they were very curious about who that person was. Haha, even if you don't know this person, you must have heard of his name. Song Yuan said to old ancestor Tianpong and old ancestor He who with a smile. Tell us, don't keep us in suspense. Old ancestor He who said anxiously. His surname is Gu, and his name is Fei. Song Yuan said with a smile. What? Old Ancestor Tian Pong and Old Ancestor He who were shocked. So it's him. Old Ancestor He who said in disbelief. Just like what Song Yuan said, he had heard of Gu Fei's name a long time ago. One should know that Gu Fei's name was well known in the cultivation world of the heaven realm and even in the human realm. It was impossible not to know about him. He's Gu Fei. Old Ancestor Tian Pong looked at the first immortal pavilion and said with a trembling voice, Gu Fei had once worked together with the old tortoise to clear the forbidden area of the heaven realm, the West Underworld Sea, and then the heavenly market. Recently, he even successfully passed the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation, becoming the first person to do so since the primordial era. Everything he did was enough to shake the heaven realm and the human realm, and had a profound impact on both of them. So, the Holy Master is entertaining Gu Fei. No wonder. Seems like he's the only one qualified to stay in the number 1 immortal pavilion. Old Ancestor Black Tiger sighed. One should know that Gu Fei was a quasi-sovereign, the strongest existence below the supreme being level. Whether it was Gu Fei's achievements or his cultivation, he was definitely qualified to stay in the number 1 immortal pavilion. I still have some matters to attend to. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Song Yuan said to Old Ancestor Tian Pong and Old Ancestor Black Tiger. Since you have matters to attend to, then we won't disturb you any longer. Please do as you please. Old Ancestor Tian Pong hurriedly said. Song Yuan then clasped his hands at Old Ancestor Tian Pong and Old Ancestor He Hu. Then, he left the place and disappeared into the void. Gu Fei is here as well. Looks like the Sacred Master has invited quite a number of experts to help out. Old Ancestor He Hu said. He only knew that the old tortoise was about to undergo his heavenly tribulation. He didn't receive any news before this. The old tortoise was really good at keeping things a secret. In fact, the old tortoise had many enemies in the heaven realm. Among them, the strongest was the descendants of the heavenly demon clan. The descendants of the heavenly demon clan would never give up. If the experts of the heavenly demon clan knew that the old tortoise was about to undergo his heavenly tribulation, they would definitely take action. That was why the old tortoise only told everyone at the last moment that he was about to undergo his heavenly tribulation. All the experts of the demon clan who knew that the old tortoise was about to undergo his heavenly tribulation were still on the divine island. They could only leave after the old tortoise passed the quasi-sovereign heavenly tribulation. Old Ancestor Tian Pong and Old Ancestor He who returned to the immortal pavilion. Although they couldn't afford to stay in the number 1 immortal pavilion, they were qualified to stay in the number 19 immortal pavilion. There were 365 mountains on the old tortoise's divine island. There was an immortal pavilion on each of the mountains, which was the number of heavenly cycles. In fact, during the era of the Tai Huang had 365 generals under his command. This divine island was actually something that the Tai Huang left for the old tortoise. Of course, most of the 365 generals had already passed away. Perhaps some were still alive, but not many. One should know that back then, the 365 generals had followed the Tai Huang to battle all over the world. Back then, many of them had died in battle. Those who were still alive were definitely super ancient existences. There were a few extremely powerful auras on the divine island. No one knew who those experts were. It was very mysterious. Even some of the higher-ups of the demon clan in the heaven realm didn't know who those mysterious experts were. Of course, some of the higher-ups of the demon clan had guessed something. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the number 1 immortal pavilion. He found that the entire pavilion was a spirit-gathering formation. A huge amount of spiritual energy was gathered inside. Of course, this level of spiritual energy was nothing to Gu Fei. If he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy in the celestial pavilion, he would be able to absorb all the spiritual energy gathered in the celestial pavilion in a few breaths. The 3 spirits, the Iron-Blood Taoist, and the others who had followed Gu Fei to the number 1 immortal pavilion were shocked by the atmosphere of the pavilion. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in this place was so dense that it almost materialized. In such a place, one could constantly absorb and refine the heaven and earth spiritual chi for their own use. Although the spiritual energy gathered in the number 1 immortal pavilion was useless to Gu Fei, it was different for the three spirits, the Ironblood Taoist, the Dragon Horn Qilin, and the Fire Qilin. Even paragon existences could achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating in the number 1 immortal pavilion. One should know that the 365 pavilions were the residences the Tai Huang had prepared for his 365 generals. The era of the 365 generals had passed countless years ago. The Tai Huang's 365 generals had become legends. However, the 365 pavilions on the Divine Island were left behind. These pavilions had witnessed the glorious era. The Dragon Horn Qilin and the Fire Qilin naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. They sat on the ground and began cultivating. The three spirits were shocked and also sat down. This was because the number 1 immortal pavilion was shrouded in the aura of the Great Path. Sensing this aura of the Great Path allowed the three spirits to see another world. This was a completely different method of cultivation from the desolate world. This also gave the three spirits hope. The three spirits had been stuck in the Paragon realm for countless years. Although they had a secret method that could increase their battle strength to that of a Paragon, they had never been able to make a breakthrough in their own cultivation. At this time, some experts of the Demon Clan came. Under Tsang Yuan's lead, they entered the area where the immortal pavilions were located. The 365 immortal pavilions couldn't be fully occupied because there weren't that many experts of the Demon Clan in the entire Heaven realm. Not all of them were qualified to stay in the immortal pavilions. In this way, a day passed quickly. When night fell, almost no experts of the Demon Clan came. Early the next morning, Gu Fei was invited by the old tortoise. In the main hall, there were many experts of the demon race gathered. These experts had at least the cultivation of the Great Saint realm. There were 5 or 6 great demons and even holy venerables. This surprised Gu Fei. It seemed that the old tortoise's strength was not ordinary. No wonder he could carve out such a large territory in the Heaven realm. Sitting on the throne in the middle of the main hall was the old turtle. "Brother, you're here. Come and sit next to me." On the throne, the old turtle saw Gu Fei and called Gu Fei over. At this time, all the experts of the Demon Clan in the main hall looked at Gu Fei. Among these experts, some were dissatisfied, some were shocked, and some were stunned. There seemed to be only one person in the world who could call the old turtle brother. That person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. He walked directly to the old turtle, ascended the throne, and sat directly next to the old turtle. He simply ignored the envious and hateful gazes of the experts of the Demon Clan below. Yes, envious and hateful. At this time, all the experts of the Demon Clan in the main hall more or less had this kind of emotion. Gu Fei. All the experts of the Demon Clan looked at Gu Fei sitting next to the old turtle. Every expert of the Demon Clan had a different mood. Among these experts of the Demon Clan, some had more or less grudges with Gu Fei. For example, the Golden Crow clan of the Heaven realm. Although the Golden Crow clan of the Heaven realm was a branch of the Fire clan, they were also members of the Demon Clan. When Gu Fei was in the southern mountains of the Heaven realm, he had friction with the Fire clan of the southern mountains. At this time, the Golden Crow ancestors stood in the main hall and looked at Gu Fei on the throne with a complicated expression. "All right, everyone's here. Let's go." The old turtle stood up from the throne and waved his sleeve. A rain of light instantly enveloped everyone in the main hall. In the next moment, everyone disappeared in the rain of light. Gu Fei was no exception. He realized that he had arrived in a void. There was no sky or earth here, only an endless void. He realized that the other experts of the Demon Clan in the main hall had also appeared in this void. Everyone was surprised, but they did not know what the old turtle was up to. At this time, the old turtle's figure also appeared in the void. He was holding something in his right hand. To be precise, it was an array board. "Everyone, please lend me a hand," said the old turtle. Old Tortoise said. Then, he took out the formation plate in his hand. The formation plate flew up from his hand and instantly became as big as a mountain. An incomparably powerful aura immediately spread out from the formation plate and filled the entire void. The experts of the Great Demon Clan could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. They saw that the array board that was as big as a mountain constantly had runes appearing on it, and it actually emitted the aura of countless great paths. What is the old turtle doing? Gu Fei was somewhat puzzled. Could this be the legendary Myriad Paths plate? An old member of the demon clan suddenly said in shock. What? The Myriad Paths plate? The Myriad Paths plate that can smelt all great paths? Chapter 30-31. The Myriad Tao Plate was a legendary supreme Tao treasure that could refine the myriad Taos of heaven and earth. It could be said that its power wasn't below that of the mountain and river cauldron or the Taihuang seal. This was because the supreme existence that refined the Myriad Tao Plate was known as the Sovereign of Myriad Taos. He was a supreme even older than the Taihuang seal, and his time could be traced back to the primordial era, before the era of legends. Unspecified currency, is that really the Myriad Tao Plate? In the empty void, Gu Fei stared at the giant plate floating in the air and listened to the mutterings of the demonic elders around him. He couldn't help but feel indescribably shocked. He'd heard of the Myriad Tao Plate, but he'd always thought that the Sovereign of Myriad Taos was just a legend. Perhaps there hadn't been such a person during the primordial era. One had to know that the Sovereign of Myriad Taos was an extremely powerful existence. Everyone, lend me a bit of your power. I'll owe you all a favor. How about that? As the demonic elders pointed at the plate, the old turtle's silhouette appeared on top of it. At this time, the group of demon race experts also knew why the old turtle brought them here. The old turtle wanted to borrow their strength to fight against the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. It seemed that the old turtle had thought of everything that could happen. Gu Fei also understood very well that the old tortoise was preparing for the worst. All the great demons present were at least great sage great demons. If each great demon lent out a portion of their power and gathered it together, it would be a power so powerful that even a holy venerate would be fearful. Old brother, you should have said so earlier if you wanted to borrow power. Gu Fei immediately rushed forward and fired a strand of essence qi at the huge formation board. This was the essence qi of a quasi-sovereign. After the essence qi was absorbed by the formation board, 9 powerful Tao patterns immediately appeared on the formation board under the old tortoise's feet. The quasi-supreme being's essence qi that was absorbed by the array disk was stored in the 9 Tao patterns. This was Gu Fei's power of the Great Tao, a quasi-supreme power. Once it was unleashed, it would be equivalent to Gu Fei's all-out attack. There weren't many existences in the world that could block his all-out attack. Thank you, brother, the old turtle said happily. It was still this brother of his who was loyal. Look at these so-called old monsters of the demon race. They were all hesitating and not straightforward at all. Under Gu Fei's lead, the demon folk old-timers stepped forward one after another, sent streams of essence energy into the formation plate, and then retreated to the side. Dozens of demon folk old-timers poured their own quintessence energy into the formation disk, which pleased the old turtle very much. Thank you, everyone, for your help. I cannot thank you enough, Old Tortoise said. At this time, the matrix plate under his feet was filled with dozens of auras of the Great Path. After absorbing so much spiritual essence, the entire matrix plate had become somewhat different. Although there were only a few dozen strands of Great Path essence qi on the formation plate, it was as if there were tens of thousands of auras intertwining, as if the power of tens of thousands of great paths was constantly smelting together. All right, it's time for us to set off. As Old Tortoise spoke, the array board under his feet rapidly shrank. Then, it flew up and landed in his hand. With a wave of his sleeve, everyone felt the world spin around them. In the next moment, they found themselves once again in the main hall. Rumble. The entire divine island began to shake. Then, rays of demonic light soared into the sky, enveloping the entire island. The entire island soared into the sky, turning into a ball of demonic light that directly rushed into the depths of the starry sky. At this time, all the cultivators in the West Nether Sea felt a mighty energy fluctuation from high up in the sky. The divine island has left? The demon folk guarding the exit of the ancient road to heaven were indescribably shocked. The sudden departure of the divine island made them feel a trace of nervousness. One should know that the old turtle and the demonic ancestor on the divine island were their greatest support. With them around, no other forces would dare to act rashly. However, once the divine island left, they would lose their greatest support. This was definitely not a good thing for them, who were guarding the exit of the ancient road to heaven. What's going on? Why did the ancestor and the others leave? Outside the exit of the ancient road to heaven, a demon folk expert stared dumbfoundedly at the demonic light that disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. How would I know? A greater demon folk, standing next to him, said in an annoyed tone. I hope they only left for a while. Another demon folk expert mumbled to himself. They were guarding the exit of the ancient road to heaven, and they even collected tolls from the cultivators entering and exiting the heaven realm. Such actions could be said to have angered all the cultivators. However, the demon folk of the heaven realm were incomparably powerful, and they had the ancestor of the demon folk guarding the west nether sea. All the cultivators that entered and exited the heaven realm dared not say anything. However, now that the divine island of the demon folk had left, no one knew what would happen next. All these years, the toll collected by the demon folk was definitely an astronomical figure. This made all the forces in the heaven realm and human realm extremely jealous. However, none of the forces dared to do anything to the demon folk of the heaven realm. However, as the divine island of the demon folk left, the attitudes of the forces in the heaven realm and human realm changed slightly. Rumble. At this moment, deep in the starry sky, a ball of demonic light wrapped around the divine island. It arrived before the ancient heavenly court's ruins and stopped outside the southern heavenly gate. Following the arrival of the divine island, countless cultivators were alarmed. One should know that there were countless cultivators stationed outside the southern heavenly gate. An antique expert rushed out from the camp. He couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the divine island shrouded in the demonic light of the great Tao. Why are they here? The antique expert murmured to himself. Soon enough, many powerful figures appeared in the sky. All of them carefully stared at the divine island shrouded in the demonic light of the great Tao. The forces stationed outside the southern heavenly gate were very uneasy about the arrival of the divine island. One should know that the divine island was no ordinary divine island. It was the old tortoise's palace. The divine island's appearance here meant that the old tortoise was here as well. Most importantly, the old tortoise had an extremely powerful senior. That existence was definitely the ancestor of the demon folk. He was of the same generation as the Tai Huang and had an irreplaceable supreme status in the demon folk. There was no doubt that the ancestor of the demon folk was powerful. Are they going to enter the ruins of the ancient heavenly court? An antique expert murmured to himself. At this moment, the divine island shrouded in the demonic light of the great Tao moved again. It directly charged towards the southern heavenly gate. Chapter 30-32. Rumble. In the dim ruins of the ancient celestial court, a beam of demonic light cut through the void and rushed toward the depths of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Wherever the demonic light passed, it alarmed all the cultivators along the way. On top of a barren mountain stood a white-robed young man. He looked at the demonic light that flew across the sky with a complicated expression. He actually entered the ruins. Is he trying to pass the heavenly tribulation in these ruins? The white-robed youth looked in the direction where the demonic light had disappeared, and there was a glint in the depths of his eyes. After that, he took out a jade talisman from his body and crushed it. Crack! The moment the jade talisman in the white-robed young man's hand broke, 5 beams of fire immediately rushed out of his hand and disappeared into the void. Roar! Soon, in an uninhabited area of the heaven realm, an earth-shattering roar came from a valley filled with murderous aura. The entire void shook. An extremely powerful figure walked out of the valley. At the same time, in another uninhabited area, there was also an extremely powerful fluctuation of power. A ferocious beast that looked like a dragon, but was not a dragon, rushed out of a bottomless ravine. Its powerful murderous aura filled the world. WW not less than W, the son of Saint, is summoning. Could it be that it's time to fight the Tai Huang bloodline? The dragon-like beast muttered to itself. Then, it rushed into the sky and into the starry sky. As the beast rushed into the starry sky, 3 terrifying figures that were so powerful that they made the world tremble also rushed out from other uninhabited areas of the heaven realm. The 5 supreme existences entered the starry sky at almost the same time and rushed toward the ruins of the ancient celestial court in the depths of the starry sky. At this time, the divine island controlled by the old turtle arrived at the center of the ruins. There was a vast chaotic chi there, and a towering mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain was huge. Even though the upper half of it had been broken, the mountain was still extremely huge. Endless chaotic chi lingered on the mountain. An incomparably powerful aura spread out from the top of the mountain, as if a supreme existence was hiding in the mountain. The divine island that was shrouded in the demonic light of the great path stopped. At this time, from the 365 immortal pavilions on the divine island, more and more experts of the demon clan rushed out into the sky. This is the Chaos God Mountain? Great Ancestor Tian Peng stared at the incomparably huge black mountain in front of him. Although it was separated by a layer of demonic light of the Great Tao, he could still sense an immense pressure. The legendary #1 divine mountain of all time? Many demon clan experts looked at the mountain in front of them in shock. The ancient heavenly court is indeed a great work. With the divine mountain as the center, they built such a huge heavenly court. It should be flourishing for tens of thousands of years. But why? Ancestor Black Tiger said. With the primordial sacred mountain guarding the ancient heavenly court, the ancient heavenly court shouldn't have declined so easily. However, things were unexpected. The era of the ancient heavenly court didn't last long before the entire ancient heavenly court completely declined. At that moment, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei also appeared in the sky. Rumble. The divine island that had stopped in the void began to move. It shot into the sky and rushed towards the divine mountain. The entire divine island was huge, but it was nothing in front of the divine mountain. Soon, the divine island rushed into the void of chaos above the chaotic divine mountain. In the depths of the void of chaos, a ball of divine light floated in the chaotic chi. Above the ball of light, there were illusory images of all things in the world. It was the reflection of the world. Under Old Tortoise's control, the divine island rushed directly in front of the ball of light and stopped. Compared to the ball of light, the divine island was too big. It's time for you to perform, Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise smiled and rushed out of the divine island. He stretched out his hand and the entire divine island immediately shrunk and fell into his hand. The people on the divine island became as small as dust particles. Old Tortoise laughed, then took a step forward and walked into the light ball. At that moment, in the chaotic chi near the ball of light, a powerful figure appeared. It's him? What is he doing? Powerful beings in the chaotic chi recognized Old Tortoise, but no one dared to stop him from entering the ball of light. They let him cross over. Offending Old Tortoise was the most unwise thing to do, and no one was willing to offend him. Soon, the news of Old Tortoise entering the deserted world spread. It was not a secret. In fact, Old Tortoise acted so mysteriously in order to not let people know that he was about to undergo the divine tribulation. However, he also knew that his enemies must have known of his whereabouts. This was why Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei to protect him. After all, Gu Fei was now a quasi-supreme. Without a true supreme, who could be a match for Gu Fei? Moreover, Gu Fei had more than one supreme weapon of the way. With Gu Fei protecting him, Old Tortoise felt more at ease. That guy is definitely going to undergo the divine tribulation. When the news reached the Buddhist kingdom of the West in the human world, Monk Heavenly Dharma felt helpless. If Old Tortoise also succeeded, then his situation would be even more worrying. At the peak of Spirit Mountain, a little monk sat cross-legged on a boulder with an alms bowl in his hand. Buddhist light radiated from him, and the image of a Buddha loomed over him. The air seemed to be filled with Sanskrit chants and Buddhist aura. This little monk was Fanxio. His cultivation had reached a point where he was about to make a breakthrough. He needed to find a place to undergo the divine tribulation. It was possible to undergo the divine tribulation in the human world, but the heavenly Tao in the human world was flawed. Undergoing the divine tribulation there would cause flaws in one's great Tao. This was why Fanxio didn't want to undergo the divine tribulation in the human world. No one wanted their great Tao to be flawed. Thus, undergoing the divine tribulation in the heavenly realm or the deserted world became the first choice for the old antiques. However, not everyone could successfully undergo the divine tribulation of a quasi-supreme. Looks like I'll have to go to the deserted world too. Fanxio suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The deserted world was also a perfect world. Undergoing the divine tribulation there wouldn't cause a flaw in one's great Tao. You want to go to the deserted world? At this moment, a figure walked over from the distance. It was Heavenly Dharma wearing the sloppy kasaya. Oomph! When little monk Fanxio saw Heavenly Monk Fation, he couldn't help but snort coldly. His originally gentle gaze immediately became sharp. Back when Gu Fei was undergoing the divine tribulation, this guy had abandoned him and fled on his own. How hateful. Chapter 3033. The relationship between the two giants of the West Earth Buddhism sect was not as good as it seemed to outsiders. Although little monk Fanxio and great monk Fation were not like fire and water, there were still many open and secret conflicts between the two giants of the Buddhism sect. Little monk Fanxio's origin was very mysterious. He was a freak that Old Tortoise found when he was digging the tomb of the ancient Buddhist lord. As for Heavenly Monk Fation, he was one of the experts from the Heavenly Buddha Tao. The Heavenly Buddha Tao was a Buddhist heaven created by a Buddhist lord since the ancient times, and Heavenly Monk Fation was the leader of the Heavenly Buddha Tao's Buddhist princes. Heavenly Monk Fanxio also obtained an ancient Buddhist robe that was left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord. With this robe, even little monk Fanxio had to be weaker than Heavenly Monk Fanxio. Both little monk Fanxio and Heavenly Monk Fanxio were Orthodox Buddhists. At this time, the two giants of West Earth's Buddhism appeared at the peak of Spiritual Mountain at the same time, attracting the attention of all Buddhist experts. One should know that West Earth's Buddhism had been divided into two factions. One was Heavenly Buddha path led by Heavenly Monk Fanxio, and the other was Western Earth Buddhism path led by little monk Fanxio. Heavenly Buddha path was originally above Buddhism in the human world. The Buddhist princes of Heavenly Buddha path claimed to be the direct descendants of the ancient Buddhist lord. As a result, the Buddhist Vedanta in the human world were somewhat dissatisfied. Thus, they formed a faction with little monk Fanxio as the leader. The power of Buddhism in the human world wasn't small. Under little monk Fanxio were Buddhist Lord Qinglian and a group of Buddhist experts. However, behind Heavenly Monk Fanxio was a group of Buddhist experts from Heavenly Buddha path. The forces between the two factions were evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. Why don't you go? At the peak of Spiritual Mountain, little monk Fanxio wanted to turn around and leave, but he suddenly stopped and turned to Heavenly Monk Fanxio, who was sitting cross-legged on a big rock. Heavenly Monk Fanxio didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes as if he was meditating. Little monk Fanxio smiled, and with a sway of his body, he instantly turned into a ray of Buddhist light that soared into the sky. He broke through the void and disappeared. Many Buddhist experts on Spiritual Mountain saw Fanxio leave, but no one knew where he was going. Not even Buddhist Lord Green Lotus knew where he was going. Buddhist Lord Qinglian was the current Buddhist lord of the West Earth Buddhist sect. His cultivation was undoubtedly powerful because he had fought against Gu Fei in the past. After so many years, Gu Fei had already become a quasi-supremacy. Although this Buddhist Lord Green Lotus couldn't compare to Gu Fei, his cultivation had already reached a realm that others couldn't reach. The foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world was incomparably deep. One must know that the Buddhism in the mortal world was the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist lord. Although Buddhist Lord Qinglian's current cultivation base was not as strong as Great Monk Fation and Little Monk Fanxio, he was still the strongest existence in the Buddhist sect. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus suddenly opened his eyes in a Buddhist palace on the Spirited Mountain when Little Monk Fanxio left the Spirited Mountain. Is Arhat Fanxio really going to the heavenly realm? Buddhist Lord Qinglian muttered to himself. His body was surrounded by Buddhist light, and a wheel as bright as the sun appeared behind his head. Within the wheel, there were Buddhist runes intertwining, condensing an extremely powerful force of Buddhist way. This Buddhist lord's cultivation had already reached the point where he was about to break through to the holy Venerable realm. Then, Buddhist Lord Green Lotus closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the lotus seat like an ancient Buddha. Buddhist light bloomed from his body, and the lotus petals of the lotus seat began to close. In the end, Buddhist Lord Green Lotus was wrapped in a golden lotus. Just as little monk Fanshio left the spirited mountain, a demonic roar that made everyone's heart palpitate came from a huge demonic cave in the depths of the northern demonic region. In the sky above the demonic cave, Yin-Yang Qi was vast. A Yin-Yang Dao diagram that covered half the sky suppressed the void. The terrifying power of the Yin-Yang Great Dao suppressed the demonic cave. In the middle of the Yin-Yang Dao diagram, a figure sat cross-legged. It was an unimaginably powerful figure. The endless power of the Yin-Yang Great Dao radiated from his body, shocking the heavens. This person seemed to have become a part of the Yin-Yang Great Dao. With his own strength, he suppressed the entire northern demonic region. Boom! At this moment, a powerful demonic power suddenly rushed out from the depths of the demonic cave and directly collided with the huge Yin-Yang Dao diagram. Rumble! The entire Dao diagram trembled. Endless Yin-Yang Dao runes appeared and interweaved on the Dao diagram. The power of the Yin-Yang Great Dao erupted and obliterated the demonic power. Roar! Terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the demonic cave. Endless demonic chi surged out from the depths of the demonic cave. Within the demonic chi, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic shadow looming. However, all the demonic chi that surged out from the demonic cave was blocked by the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. It was sealed within the demonic cave, and not a single trace of demonic chi could leak out. The demonic chi was corroding the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. However, the Yin-Yang Dao chi that descended from the Yin-Yang Dao diagram was also obliterating the demonic chi. It's getting more and more restless. The figure sitting cross-legged on the Yin-Yang Dao diagram suddenly muttered to himself. An even more powerful Yin-Yang Great Dao Qi surged out from his body. Rumble! The Yin-Yang Dao diagram continued to tremble. The Yin-Yang Dao Qi descended, and the demonic Qi that surged out from the depths of the demonic cave was immediately suppressed. Very quickly, the demonic roar in the depths of the demonic cave disappeared, and the countless demons and devils in the demonic cave calmed down. Is a great calamity coming? The figure continued to mutter to himself. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were incomparably deep. The demons in the depths of the northern demonic cave were getting more and more restless. This made the ruthless person who was suppressing the demonic cave feel somewhat uneasy. This was not a good thing. If the demons in the demonic cave broke out of the seal, the entire human world would fall into chaos. The human world would usher in a demonic calamity and once again enter the age of darkness. In the other forbidden areas of the soaring dragon ancestral star, there were also strange movements. In the abyss of immortals and devils that separated the northern demonic region from the northern domain of the soaring dragon ancestral star, there were shadows of immortals and devils roaring. It was as if the world of chaos was really coming. At this time, the experts of the major forces were trying their best to improve their cultivation and combat strength. On the soaring dragon ancestral star in the human world, there were constantly people undergoing tribulations. However, many experts chose to undergo tribulations in the heaven realm. The heaven realm was a perfect world with a flawless heavenly Tao. However, not everyone dared to undergo tribulations in the heaven realm because it was much more dangerous than in the human world. Some living beings admitted that they could not withstand the tribulations in the heaven realm, so they settled for the next best thing and chose to undergo tribulations in the human world. Of course, most of the experts of the major forces who could afford it chose to undergo tribulations in the desolate world. In the eyes of all the cultivators, the desolate world was the most ideal place to undergo tribulations. However, not everyone could enter the desolate world. Without the protection of a saint, who could enter the desolate world? Even a saint would have to take great risks to enter the desolate world. At this time, the old turtle had already entered the desolate world. He directly released the shrunken divine island in his hand, and a divine island appeared in the desolate domain of chaos. The desolate domain of chaos was the territory of the ruler of chaos. However, the ruler of chaos had long left, and there were only a few powerful chaotic creatures guarding this half of the divine mountain of chaos. These chaotic creatures were no match for the old tortoise. When the old tortoise appeared, these chaotic creatures had already hidden themselves. The old turtle had a foothold in the desolate world. It was a place of immortal essence where the essence of the 5 elements gathered. Naturally, this place of immortal essence was not without an owner. The old turtle had seized this place from a creature of the 5 elements that was born from the essence of the 5 elements. On that day, the old turtle fought with the owner of this place, the ruler of 5 elements. He displayed his might and broke the great sword formation of the 5 elements, scaring away the ruler of 5 elements. The old turtle stepped into the divine island and met up with Gu Fei. Then, he drove the divine island to his territory, the place of immortal essence of 5 elements. A beam of demonic light of the great path wrapped around the divine island and flew over the endless mountains of the desolate world, startling countless powerful creatures hidden in the mountains. That guy is here again. The old turtle's divine island flew over the area near the Zhangqiong city, but it startled Emperor Qin, who was in the city. Swoosh! A figure immediately appeared in the sky above the Zhangqiong city. The aura of the Supreme Emperor, that is, Emperor Qin, stood in the void sky and looked in the direction where the demonic light of the great path disappeared. His eyes became profound. He had lived for countless years, but even he himself had forgotten how long he had lived. He had experienced the darkest times and fought against the terrifying great demon. He had almost died, but he still managed to survive. Emperor Qin thought about it and took a step forward. He chased in the direction where the demonic light of the great path disappeared and disappeared in the void sky in an instant. Soon, the old turtle's divine island rushed into the immortal essence of 5 elements and floated in the air above it. The old turtle needed to adjust himself to the best condition before he could undergo the divine tribulation. This required some time. Therefore, Gu Fei left the divine island and headed for his territory in the desolate world. His territory was also a place of immortal essence. This place of immortal essence was a natural place of immortal path that nurtured the 3 spirits of the celestial path. However, when Gu Fei came to the outside of this natural place of immortal path, he could not help but stop because he sensed an extremely powerful aura coming from the depths of this place of immortal essence. Gu Fei's expression changed. He never expected that someone would take advantage of his place while he was away. This made him furious. Leave quickly. If you take another step forward, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Chapter 30-34. A spiritual ground that could nurture a primordial immortal being was definitely extraordinary, especially in the depths of this spiritual ground where the power of the great Tao was condensed. Cultivating in a place like this would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Gu Fei's spiritual ground was not inferior to the old tortoise's spiritual ground of the 5 elements. But now, when Gu Fei returned to this spiritual ground, he found that his territory was occupied by someone else. How dare you take over my territory? Outside the spirit land, Gu Fei was infuriated. Just which idiot had done such a thing? How dare he do such a thing? You, hurry up and leave. If my master is alarmed, your body and soul will be destroyed. A being walked out of the mist. A powerful silhouette was faintly discernible in the mist, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Gu Fei's cultivation had truly returned to its original state. As long as he didn't reveal his cultivation and battle prowess, no one would be able to see through his true strength. Who is your master? Hurry up and tell him to come out and see me. Gu Fei's expression darkened. He stared at the being in the mist and spoke with an extremely cold tone. Although the mist was in the way, he could still see through it with a single glance. This arrogant being was a divine crocodile covered in purplish-green scales. Strangely enough, this divine crocodile was emitting a powerful immortal aura. A ferocious beast that cultivates the Tao. Gu Fei muttered to himself. What did you say? At this moment, The divine crocodile in the immortal mist heard Gu Fei's words. Its eyes immediately revealed an incomparably ferocious gaze, and a ferocious aura immediately erupted from the divine crocodile. A beast is still a beast in the end. Even if it cultivates, it's still a beast. Its ferocious nature cannot be changed. Gu Fei shook his head. Who are you calling a beast? The divine crocodile was enraged. I called you a beast. Didn't you hear me? Gu Fei said to the enraged divine crocodile. You're courting death. The divine crocodile roared, and a beam of divine light emerged from between its eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye had opened, and a beam of terrifying destructive light shot out from between its eyebrows, piercing towards Gu Fei. The space of the deserted world was extremely stable, but wherever the destructive light passed, transparent ripples spread out. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He didn't move at all. When the light of destruction reached a meter in front of him, it exploded with a bang, as if it had hit an invisible wall. What? The godly crocodile was taken aback. The other party did not seem to be as weak as he looked. A puny human was actually able to block its attack. To the divine crocodile, the human race was synonymous with weakness in the deserted world. Of course, the situation of the human race had taken a turn for the better, but the divine crocodile's perception had not changed. The weakness of the human race was deeply ingrained in the divine crocodile's mind, and it was difficult to change. Many of the human tribes that had gathered in the place of fairy spirits had been driven away. The human race was not qualified to enter the place of fairy spirits. Gu Fei did not expect that the human race here would suffer a catastrophe again. Most of the human tribes that had moved into the spiritual land had been destroyed, becoming food for the divine crocodile and the other powerful creatures. I don't care who your master is. How dare you kill the people I want to protect? Go to hell, all of you. As he spoke, Gu Fei reached out his hand and grabbed at the divine crocodile in the holy mist. A heaven-devouring power rushed out of his hand. The divine crocodile felt its body tighten, and then it flew towards the human uncontrollably. The divine crocodile was extremely shocked. It struggled with all its might, and powerful waves of energy exploded from its body, trying to break free. However, it was all in vain. The divine crocodile's huge body quickly shrank, and Gu Fei caught it in his hand. At that moment, the godly crocodile realized that it had provoked an unimaginably powerful being. Its intestines were green with regret. It shouldn't have been so arrogant at the beginning. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. My lord, please spare me. My master is the sky-devouring dominator. The divine crocodile in Gu Fei's hand begged for mercy, but it did not forget to say the name of its master. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. You still want to use your master's name to pressure me? Sky-devouring dominator. Is that the legendary sky-devouring beast? So this guy knew about its master. It seemed like this guy wouldn't dare to kill it. The divine crocodile heard Gu Fei's mutterings and felt that it had a chance to live. However, what Gu Fei said next scared it silly. I haven't eaten a sky-devouring beast yet. I can kill it and make a pot of nourishing soup. Gu Fei licked his lips and said, the sky-devouring beast was said to be able to devour the heavens. This was not a legend, nor was it an exaggeration. An adult sky-devouring beast could indeed devour a world in a single bite. Of course, it was impossible for a sky-devouring beast to devour a truly perfect world in a single bite. Just as Gu Fei was about to grab the divine crocodile to death, a figure appeared silently behind him. Then, an earth-shattering roar rang out from behind him. A terrifying sound wave swept towards Gu Fei, and the air around him rippled like water. All the flora and fauna around him, and even a nearby mountain, were pulverized by the roar and vanished into thin air. This was an extremely terrifying sound assassination technique. The might of that powerful existence's roar shook the entire world. The entire ground in front of Gu Fei seemed to have been shoveled away, and the ground was filled with dust that was shattered by the sound wave. However, the terrifying sound assassination technique was unable to cause any harm to Gu Fei. On the other hand, the divine crocodile in Gu Fei's hand started to crack under the impact of the sound assassination technique. Gu Fei's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. He looked completely at ease. "You're a paragon." At this moment, a terrified voice came from behind Gu Fei. Chapter 30-35. Nine-Headed Lion. Gu Fei calmly stared at the middle-aged man with 9 heads growing out of his neck. That golden-haired middle-aged man was looking at Gu Fei as well. At the same time, the face of this golden-haired middle-aged man was filled with fear. "To think that you're not affected at all," the golden-haired middle-aged man remarked. His voice was as loud as a bell, filled with a murderous aura. Any ordinary living being would definitely not be able to endure this sort of killing aura that could cause one to go crazy. "It's just the lion's roar. Nothing much. Next up, it's my turn." Gu Fei chuckled out. "You?" The golden-haired middle-aged man that was the 9-headed lion could not help but stumble back a step in panic. This beast knew that this human was not to be trifled with. Roar! Gu Fei let out a long roar, causing the entire void to vibrate as a series of pitch-black cracks appeared in the void. In the next moment, the 9-headed lion revealed its true form. A golden lion that was the size of a small mountain appeared in the world. Its 9 heads reared their heads into the heavens and roared out, causing a terrifying sound wave to burst forth. In the next moment, the other 8 heads of the 9-headed lion exploded and transformed into a mist of blood. The 9-headed lion was blasted 30 kilometers away. Boom! It smashed through a mountain before smashing into an ancient forest. Boom! 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 It smashed through a mountain before smashing into an ancient forest. Is that the legendary Azure Dragon's roar? Very soon, that golden lion rushed out of the forest. Of the 9 heads on its neck, there was only 1 left. Furthermore, its glabella had already split open, with fresh blood oozing out. In the next moment, a series of cracks appeared on the body of this mighty 9-headed lion. It was like a golden statue that had just cracked open, before shattering into millions of pieces that rained down from the heavens. Who dares to be so arrogant as to kill the immortal servant of I, the devouring heavens God King? The moment the 9-headed lion fell, a voice rang out from the depths of this spirit land. That powerful existence in the depths of the spirit land had finally been alerted. "Master, save me!" At this moment, the god crocodile in Gu Fei's hands cried out. "In this world, no one can save you." Gu Fei turned around and looked into the depths of the spiritual land. He saw endless divine light of the great path rushing out from the depths of the spiritual land. A huge figure bathed in the divine light was also looking at him. Bang! In the next moment, the godly crocodile in Gu Fei's hand shattered into a cloud of blood mist. Both its body and soul were destroyed, and it could not be more dead. "You deserve to die." In the depths of the spiritual land, a monstrous murderous aura erupted from the mountain-like figure. Boundless celestial light of the great path erupted from the figure. The figure seemed to have turned into a supreme being of the immortal Tao, as if it had fused with the connate great Tao of this spiritual land. "So there's something you want here." When Gu Fei saw this, he finally understood why this heaven-devouring beast would want to occupy a piece of land that had an owner. This heaven-devouring beast wanted to snatch away the fortune of this spiritual land. Moreover, this guy seemed to be on the verge of success. Heaven-devouring beast. The figure bathed in boundless celestial light suddenly surged with an extremely strong devouring power. The space was collapsing, and the devouring power immediately enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt his body tighten, and his entire body flew towards the depths of the spiritual land involuntarily. He did not resist the devouring power. However, when he quickly approached the figure, his body shook, and the devouring power on his body was immediately dispersed. The entire world shook violently. Vroom! The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. With Gu Fei at the center, pitch-black spatial cracks spread, like black lightning bolts, and disappeared into the void in an instant. One had to admit that the space of the deserted world was extremely stable. The moment the space broke, it was immediately repaired by the power of the world. Just like real lightning, it only appeared for a moment. What? Seeing this, the huge beast was shocked. It stared at Gu Fei with its starry eyes, then opened its mouth and inhaled. An even stronger devouring power surged out of the huge beast's mouth. Roar! Gu Fei let out a long roar, and a terrifying killing power of sound erupted, clashing with the devouring power and dispersing the devouring power. The boundless power of the celestial way was dispersed by the killing power of sound. The huge figure also dissipated in the void, and the real heaven-devouring beast appeared high up in the sky. It was a ferocious beast shrouded in the divine light of the celestial way. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he could only see a blurry silhouette of the beast. Ruler of the human race, the heaven-devouring beast said. Gu Fei's azure dragon roar did not have much of an impact on it. This is my territory. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you take over my territory? Looking at the beast before him, Gu Fei's face was cold beyond anything else. Your territory? You're that Gu Fei. The heaven-devouring beast glared at Gu Fei and remarked coldly. How could it have known from the guards of this spirit land that the owner of this place was a human by the name of Gu Fei? However, this beast could not be bothered with all that. Immediately, it devoured all the powerful living beings that were guarding this spirit land, as well as quite a number of humans. All the people in the largest few human tribes that had moved into the spiritual land were swallowed by this ferocious beast in one gulp. For this beast, the human race was nothing more than some decent food. I've never eaten a heaven-devouring beast before. I'll slaughter you and boil you into a pot of nourishing soup to nourish myself. Gu Fei licked his lips as he looked at the ferocious beast. What did you say? The moment the heaven-devouring beast heard this, it could not believe its ears. To think that this fellow would want to eat it up. Had he gone mad? Your daddy here is a heaven-devouring beast. I've always been the one eating others. No one can eat me. There's no point in talking anymore. Kill. Gu Fei did not want to waste his breath on this fella any longer. Waving his right hand, a bedazzling sword light burst forth from his hand and slashed out at the heaven-devouring beast. That extremely sharp sword light tore through the void and arrived above the head of the heaven-devouring beast in the blink of an eye. Sure. The next moment, the beast disappeared from the void and snatched that sword light from Gu Fei. By the time it appeared once more, it was already right before Gu Fei's face. Using its sharp claws, it swiped out at Gu Fei's head. Chapter 3036. The heaven-devouring beast was definitely a ferocious beast that could cause even the heavens and earth to tremble in its presence. This sort of ferocious beast could be said to be renowned throughout the ancient era of the heavenly world and the mortal world. During the dark era of the late primordial era, the figure of a heaven-devouring beast had once appeared. There were even people who witnessed a heaven-devouring beast devouring an entire starry sky. Of course, the heaven-devouring beast that was fighting against Gu Fei wasn't that strong to be able to devour an entire starry sky. However, that heaven-devouring beast was still a quasi-utmost being. In the heavenly world and the mortal world, the heaven-devouring beast had already gone extinct. But Gu Fei had not expected to encounter a legendary heaven-devouring beast here. One had to know that the heaven-devouring beast was one of the 10 great ancient beasts. At this moment, Gu Fei grabbed hold of one of the sharp claws of the heaven-devouring beast and swung the beast around fiercely before smashing it down onto the ground. Boom! The heaven-devouring beast descended from the sky like a meteor, smashing down into the depths of the ground. Instantly, the surface of the ground rippled like waves. What heaven-devouring ruler? Just SOSO. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky and looked down at the ground that was filled with dust. A tremendous might spread out from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. Roar! From the depths of the ground, a furious roar rang out, causing the entire ground to tremble as a supreme power spread out. If not for the fact that this spiritual ground was protected by the power of seals, it would have long been destroyed. Swoosh! A figure bolted up into the sky from the ground and pounced out at Gu Fei. Above that figure, a terrifying devouring power burst forth, as though it had turned into a horrifying black hole that wanted to devour Gu Fei whole. Haha, how can your daddy be devoured by you? Gu Fei roared out in laughter as he punched out at that figure. A berserk power burst forth from his fist. This was the power of a quasi-utmost being, causing the void to collapse with a single punch. The devouring power emanating from the heaven-devouring beast could not affect Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of a peerless god of war. His fist tore through the void, and a chaotic fist broke through the layers of devouring power that were emanating from the body of the heaven-devouring beast. His fist landed on the heaven-devouring beast's body. What? The heaven-devouring beast was extremely shocked. When the other party's fist landed on its body, it felt as though it had been struck by a chaos-divine mountain. It was sent flying, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from its body. How is this possible? The heaven-devouring beast was in disbelief. To think that this human sovereign was this strong. How could this be? This ferocious beast was a creature from the deserted world, not a prospective supreme being from the heaven realm or the human realm. To this ferocious beast, the human race was synonymous with weakness. Of course, the heaven-swallowing beast had also heard that powerful humans from other realms had crossed over to conquer many of the Paragon's territories. Some of the Paragons had even been slain by the humans. However, the heaven-devouring beast did not care about any of this. The Paragons that had been slain by the humans had all been weak, and it was definitely stronger than those Paragons. This was the confidence of the heaven-devouring beast. Of course, it definitely had the right to be so confident. But now, the heaven-devouring beast realized that the humans really were strong. They were so strong that it was hard to imagine that they could actually injure it with a single punch. Damn it! The heaven-devouring beast was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away by Gu Fei's punch before it managed to stabilize itself. Its body shone with the divine light of the immortal Tao, and the broken bones in its body rapidly reconnected and regenerated. Soon, the heaven-devouring beast's injured body was completely healed. At this level of cultivation, the physical body was almost indestructible. No matter how heavy the injury was, the body could be healed in an instant and be completely healed. The lofty heaven-devouring beast had finally met its match today. The heaven-devouring beast grinned savagely, and the terrifying fluctuations of a quasi-supreme emanated from its body. Rays of divine light transformed into divine chains that danced around its body, emitting sonorous clangs. Immortal runes flickered faintly on the divine chains. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stable space around the heaven-devouring beast trembled. The energy fluctuations that erupted from its body were too powerful, far beyond that of an ordinary quasi-supreme. Now this is interesting. If you couldn't even take a single punch from me, it would be too boring. Seeing that the heaven-devouring beast was going all out, Gu Fei finally got serious. A shocking fighting spirit emanated from his body, and the runes of the Tao of primal chaos appeared on his body. I'm going to devour you. The heaven-devouring beast roared, and terrifying devouring power once again emanated from its body. It was like a powerful black hole that devoured everything around it. The void around its body was crumbling and being destroyed, turning into the most primordial essence energy that was devoured by the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast was no ordinary ferocious beast. It was a ferocious beast that could devour the heavens. It could devour everything, and this beast had devoured countless lives. However, no matter how strong the devouring power of the heaven-devouring beast was, Gu Fei remained unmoved like a mountain this time. No matter how the heaven-devouring beast used the heaven-gorging mysterious art, it couldn't move Gu Fei at all. Clang. The divine chains around the heaven-devouring beast shot towards Gu Fei. Every single one of the divine chains contained the power of a quasi-supreme. The 9 divine chains pierced through the void and wrapped around Gu Fei instantly. Gu Fei didn't resist, allowing the divine chains to wrap around him. The 9 divine chains exerted force at the same time, straightening out in an attempt to pull Gu Fei over. However, a scene that left the heaven-devouring beast in disbelief appeared. The 9 divine chains couldn't move Gu Fei at all. In fact, the divine chains even emitted terrifying flames of the immortal Tao, yet they still couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei's body shuddered, and the 9 divine chains that wrapped around him broke apart instantly. They then turned into immortal light and dissipated into the void. Gu Fei then stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A gigantic hand of chaos immediately appeared in the void and slammed towards the heaven-devouring beast. The gigantic hand of chaos destroyed everything and imprinted itself on the heaven-devouring beast's body. This time around, the heaven-devouring beast was torn apart by the gigantic hand of chaos, its physical body disintegrating in the void. However, the heaven-devouring beast quickly reassembled its physical body. Such an attack couldn't do anything to it at all, and it couldn't hurt its vitality at all. However, a beam of chaotic divine light suddenly shot out from Gu Fei's glabella. That beam of chaotic divine light instantly turned into an extremely sharp chaotic sword light that slashed towards the heaven-devouring beast. Chapter 30-37. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He used his Yuan spirit sword of Wei right away and beheaded the heaven-devouring beast with a single slash. This time around, the heaven-devouring beast felt its life being threatened. The power of the great Tao had invaded its body and injured its Yuan spirit. The heaven-devouring beast's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Within the bloody mist, a figure wrapped in divine light soared into the sky, attempting to escape. The heaven-devouring beast's headless corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise into the air. This was the first time Gu Fei had fought after becoming a quasi-supreme. Even he had not expected his cultivation base to have reached such a level. Seeing that the heaven-devouring beast's Yuan spirit was trying to escape, Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed the divine light that soared into the sky. Don't kill me." Even the heaven-devouring beast had not expected it to lose so quickly and so thoroughly. This human ruler was simply as terrifying as a supreme. The heaven-devouring beast panicked. Only at this moment did it realize that it had kicked an iron plate this time around. "I've already said that I'm going to cook you and turn you into a pot of nourishing soup," Gu Fei said. Then, he did not give the heaven-devouring beast any chance at all. He grabbed the heaven-devouring beast's Yuan spirit and crushed it. A resplendent Yuan spirit light exploded before disappearing into the void after emitting the most beautiful light like a firework. The heaven-devouring beast was very indignant, but there was nothing it could do. It had provoked someone it shouldn't have, who had actually dared to come and take over Gu Fei's territory. As such, it had only itself to blame for being killed. However, a heaven-devouring beast that was even stronger than a quasi-supreme had died just like that. Once the news spread, the entire desolate world would be shaken. Gu Fei then waved his hand, and the headless corpse of the fallen beast flew up from the ground. He stored it away. He was going to eat this heaven-devouring beast. This time, it was retribution. The heaven-devouring beast had devoured countless living beings and grown into a near-invincible existence in the desolate world. But in the end, it ended up being eaten by someone else. This piece of immortal spiritual land was almost destroyed by the battle between Gu Fei and the heaven-devouring beast. He immediately opened up his inner world and let the people of the Meng clan out to clean up the spiritual land. He himself entered the depths of the spiritual land and took out a huge cauldron. He then poured half a cauldron of water from the divine spring of life into it. The water from the divine spring of life contained a tremendous amount of life. Just a single drop could bring a dead person back to life. One's eyes would turn red from the water from the heaven-devouring life. Gu Fei plucked some spiritual herbs from his inner world and threw them into the cauldron. Then, he took out the corpse of the heaven-devouring beast. True saint, he took it, and spirit Tao, and spirit to the heaven-devouring beast. Qi, spirit, Qi, intent, spirit, Yang, devoured, emperor, spirit, and, Yang spirit beast. It, one, spirit. This was a sword of the extreme path. No matter how hard the skin of the heaven-devouring beast was, it could not withstand the blade of the purple-gold divine sword. Gu Fei wielded his sword like the wind. Soon, the skin of the heaven-devouring beast had been completely cut off. This piece of skin was definitely a treasure. It could be refined into a treasured armor that could withstand the attacks of divine implements. He put away the skin of the heaven-devouring beast and tossed the flesh and bones of the heaven-devouring beast into the cauldron. Only then did he draw out a stream of flames of the way to cook the heaven-devouring beast. Soon, the spiritual herbs in the cauldron gradually melted. A medicinal aroma wafted out of the cauldron, making one feel refreshed when they smelled it. Although the spiritual herbs in the cauldron had melted, the essence contained in the heaven-devouring beast's flesh and blood had not been extracted. It was important to know that the heaven-devouring beast was a quasi-supreme ruler. Time passed by. Gu Fei continued to cook this cauldron of nourishing soup for 9 days and 9 nights. Only then did he use the flames of the way to boil the essence contained in the heaven-devouring beast's flesh and bones and fuse it into the soup. The entire cauldron emitted a mighty aura of the Great Path. It seemed as if the cauldron was nurturing a powerful force of the Great Path. This large cauldron of nourishing soup was definitely comparable to a cauldron of peerless great medicines. This kind of nourishing soup could increase the cultivation of saint-level beings. Even quasi-supreme beings would receive great benefits after eating the nourishing soup in the cauldron. The cauldron of nourishing soup was finally done. Gu Fei put away the flames of the way and sent a message talisman to the old turtle. The old turtle arrived not long after. The great ancestor of the demon race, who was also the old turtle's uncle, came with him. Apart from them, the iron-blood Taoist and the 3 spirits of the immortal path were also there. The old turtle brought them to Gu Fei's territory and directly entered the depths of the land of immortal spirits. Haha, brother, you're really something. You actually killed a heaven-devouring beast. I can't help but admire you. As soon as the old turtle saw Gu Fei, he laughed and hugged Gu Fei. His gaze was then attracted by the cauldron at the side. What a pure essence! The old tortoise couldn't help but be moved. The cauldron of great medicine that Gu Fei had brewed was truly incredible. The divine spring of life, the flesh and bones of a quasi-supreme heaven-devouring beast, and several rare spirit herbs were enough to make any cultivator's eyes go red. Come, come, come. I'll treat you to a feast before you undergo your tribulation. Gu Fei pulled the old turtle to sit in front of the cauldron. He took out a few big bowls and personally filled them with soup that had been cooked for 9 days and 9 nights. He then handed them to the great ancestor of the demon race. Thank you, little friend. Thanks to you, we actually managed to eat a legendary heaven-devouring beast. The great ancestor accepted the bowl of soup from Gu Fei and said excitedly, one should know that a heaven-devouring beast was one of the 10 great savage beasts of ancient times. No one had ever been able to boil a heaven-devouring beast into a cauldron of soup. You're too kind, senior, Gu Fei said. At this time, Old Tortoise could not wait to fill a big bowl of soup and gulp it down. Soon, the big bowl of soup was empty. Haha, not bad. This is the most delicious soup I've ever tasted. As the old turtle spoke, spirit light came out of his mouth and nose. An extremely powerful spirit essence spread out from his body, and his whole body was glowing. You guys should drink some too, Gu Fei told the iron-blood Taoist and the 3 immortal spirits. Even the dragon-horn Qilin and the fire Qilin had a share. They could drink a bowl of soup made from the heaven-devouring beast's flesh and bones. The iron-blood Taoist and the others were already swallowing their saliva. They were both surprised and overjoyed to hear Gu Fei's words. The aroma wafting out of the cauldron had already made everyone's appetite wet. Moreover, eating this kind of old soup would be of help to everyone's cultivation. Chapter 30-38. Gu Fei cooked the heaven-devouring beast's corpse into a cauldron of soup and invited Old Tortoise and the others to have a taste of the top-grade soup. To be precise, the cauldron of soup was actually a cauldron of great medicine. After all, that heaven-devouring beast was a quasi-supreme level heaven-devouring beast. In the desolate world, that heaven-devouring beast had a resounding name, the heaven-devouring ruler. The heaven-devouring ruler was definitely not some unknown figure in the desolate world. On the contrary, that heaven-devouring beast was one of the few experts among the rulers of the entire desolate world. It had once devoured another ruler of the desolate world in one gulp. Such a ferocious beast had been cooked into a cauldron of great medicine. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire cultivation world of the desolate world. At that moment, the essence contained within the heaven-devouring beast's flesh and bones had been cooked by Gu Fei using the flames of the Wei. The aroma of meat and medicine spread out from the cauldron, whetting everyone's appetite. Old Tortoise reached into the cauldron and tore off a large piece of beast meat. Then, he ate it. Although the beast meat had been cooked for 9 days and 9 nights, its texture was still very chewy. At that moment, the others started eating as well. This was also the first time they had eaten a heaven-devouring beast. It should be noted that heaven-devouring beasts had already gone extinct in both the heaven realm and the human realm. Only in the desolate world had a heaven-devouring ruler. That fellow was a ruler. Only it would eat people. No one would dare to eat it. Unfortunately, that heaven-devouring beast provoked Gu Fei. As a result, the so-called heaven-devouring ruler met a tragic end. It was killed by Gu Fei and boiled into a cauldron of soup. This cauldron of soup was definitely rarer than the average great medicine. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of anyone eating a heaven-devouring beast. Haha, not bad. It's been many years since I've eaten something so delicious, Old Tortoise said with a laugh. The large piece of heaven-devouring beast meat in his hand had been completely devoured by him. Spiritual light flickered between his nostrils and mouth. This is the first time I've eaten a heaven-devouring beast. The soup and the meat are definitely the best things this old man has ever eaten. The old master of the demon race gulped down the thick soup in a single gulp before lamenting. He had seen a lot of things and was of the same generation as the Thai sovereign. However, he had never eaten one of the 10 great beasts before. One had to know that every single one of the 10 great ancient ferocious beasts were peerlessly powerful existences. Any one of them could contend against the old ancestor of the demon race back then. The sky-devouring beast in the desolate world had not grown to the level of the 10 ferocious beasts of the past. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Gu Fei to kill it. Gu Fei also began to eat. Brother, why don't you save some meat to roast? At this time, Old Tortoise tore a large piece of beast meat from the cauldron and stuffed it directly into his mouth. That's true. I forgot that you like to roast. Gu Fei said. It should taste pretty good if we roast it. Old Tortoise said. Little brat, you don't know how to eat. If we roast it, it would be a waste of the sky-devouring beast meat. The old ancestor of the demon race shook his head. Only by putting the flesh of the sky-devouring beast into the cauldron to ensure that the essence of the flesh would not be lost. Old Tortoise glanced at the old ancestor of the demon race and said no more. At this time, the dragon-horn Qilin and the others had no right to speak. They only ate a bowl of soup from the cauldron and did not dare to drink anymore. They directly went to another area to refine the medicinal power. The dragon-horn Qilin beast's body shone with spirit light, and a powerful essence energy spread out from its body. The iron-blood Taoist was a saint emperor, but after eating a bowl of soup made from the flesh of the sky-devouring beast, his body was also on fire. The blood in his body became extremely vigorous, and his cultivation showed signs of breaking through. The fire Qilin Balan also showed signs of triggering a divine tribulation. This was all good news. Gu Fei waved his hand and sent the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin Balan to the mountains thousands of miles away. These two little guys have good potential. The old ancestor of the demon race nodded. Brother, your two subordinates seem to have a promising future. My uncle rarely praises people. Old Tortoise said. How far they can go still depends on their own fate. Gu Fei sighed. Sometimes, one's constitution and potential were not sufficient to prove anything. External factors could often determine a cultivator's future. For example, being killed before they grew up, or being crippled, and so on. These things were all possible, especially now that the world was in chaos. Countless cultivators kept jumping out. The entire world of cultivation, be it the heaven realm or the human realm, was already showing signs of chaos. Ever since the cultivators of the human race crossed over, they also broke the peace of the wasteland world. Wars broke out everywhere, and even the supreme rulers of the wasteland world had fallen. You're right. The old ancestor of the demon race could not help but nod. To him, although the old tortoise had lived for a long time, he was still not as good as Gu Fei. There was a reason for that. There were some things that Gu Fei saw more clearly than the old tortoise. It had to be said that cooking the flesh and bones of a sky-devouring beast at the quasi-supreme level into a cauldron of great medicine was truly heaven-defying. Even a quasi-supreme like Gu Fei would have a vast amount of essence qi after eating too much of it. He would have to use his mystic arts to refine the huge amount of essence qi produced from the flesh and blood of the sky-devouring beast. Not everyone could withstand such a huge amount of essence qi. Even saint-level beings could only drink a bowl of this nourishing soup. For beings below saint level, a single drop would cause their bodies to explode and they would die instantly. Intentionally or unintentionally, Gu Fei spread the news. Soon, all the paragons of the wasteland world knew that the Sky Devourer had fallen, and that it had been eaten by a human. Is it possible that the Sky Devourer was eaten by a human? A paragon of the wasteland world said, whether or not it's possible, the Sky Devourer has fallen. That is an indisputable fact. A paragon of the wasteland world said this. Not all paragons of the wasteland world were at odds with the human race. Some paragons even had dealings with human quasi-supreme beings. They did not become mortal enemies. Some paragons received the news that the Sky Devourer had fallen. The Sky Devourer was not a nobody in the wasteland world. He was one of the strongest beings in the wasteland world. Few could rival him, and he had even devoured other paragons in the past. The fall of such a powerful beast shocked all the paragons of the wasteland world. Their opinions of the human race began to change. The human race's situation began to improve, and the other experts of the wasteland world no longer dared to underestimate them. Chapter 3039. After this battle, the human race could finally break away from the fate of being the weak. They were no longer looked down upon by the major races of the desolate world, and no longer dared to treat the human race as slaves. Gu Fei had undoubtedly become the savior of the human race in the desolate world. This was something that even Gu Fei himself could not have imagined. At this time, Gu Fei, the old turtle, and the others were still enjoying their feast. They had eaten more than half of the cauldron of sky-devouring beast soup. The old ancestor left in satisfaction, but the old tortoise stayed behind to discuss the Tao with Gu Fei. After eating the soup, the old turtle's blood became even stronger. Demonic patterns emerged and intertwined on his body, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Gu Fei was a quasi-supreme being, so the old turtle's discussion with Gu Fei was greatly beneficial. 3 days later, the old turtle left because he was about to undergo the divine tribulation. Finally, it's time. Even if he is not 100% sure, he is at least 80% sure. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He also had to prepare. If he did not go to the old turtle's divine tribulation, it would not be right. At this time, the Iron Blood Cultivator and the Fire Qilin Balon had already triggered the divine tribulation. The clouds of the divine tribulation shrouded half the world, and the aura of destruction filled the air. On a mountain in the distance, Gu Fei stood at the summit. Looking at the 2 clouds of the divine tribulation that were gathering, he could not help but frown. What should I do? Gu Fei was in a dilemma. If he left and someone came to make trouble while the 2 were undergoing the divine tribulation, the consequences would be unthinkable. After some thought, a figure walked out of his body. This was his second avatar, also an avatar of the immortal path. It had the cultivation of a holy venerate. Plang. With the sound of a sword, a beam of sword light rushed out of his body and turned into a purple-gold sword, floating in front of him. Gu Fei's avatar reached out and grabbed the sword, then sat down on the summit. Whoosh! Gu Fei's real body then soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Several hours later, a divine island emerged from the spiritual land of 5 elements and entered the starry sky of the desolate world. The divine island did not stop and went deep into the starry sky. Undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the desolate world would cause great damage to the land. There was no doubt that the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme being would destroy an entire region. Entering the depths of the starry sky to undergo the tribulation could minimize the damage that the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation would inflict on this part of the world. In fact, most of the powerful beings in the deserted world chose to undergo their tribulations in the depths of the starry sky of the deserted world when they wanted to make a breakthrough. Deity Island was moving quickly in space. Many large planets were moving behind Deity Island. Wherever Deity Island passed, there were no planets with life. That is, just at this moment, a void without a single star appeared in front of the island. Within this void, there was a destructive aura. This destructive aura wasn't strong, but it was enough to make one's heart tremble. It's the aura of a heavenly tribulation. It seems that someone once underwent their tribulation here. One of the demon folk old-timers frowned. This void without stars was incomparably vast. Even they couldn't see the end of it with their eyes. Furthermore, there was a lot of rubble and dust floating in the air. If their guesses were correct, those rubble and dust were formed by the shattering of stars. The demonic light of the great Tao enveloped the divine island as it charged into the silent void. The island sped forward, covering thousands of miles in an instant. But even with such speed, it took a while to reach the center of the void. That is, at this moment, everyone on the island was shocked. In front of them, there was an incomparably huge corpse. An unimaginably strong chi was emitting from the corpse. It was the corpse of a beast shaped like a flood dragon, but with the head of a ferocious crocodile. That's a crocoddragon of antiquity. One of the demon folk old-timers recognized the corpse of a fierce beast that was countless times larger than a planet. Around the giant corpse, there were actually many large stars, but there were even more fragments and dust. Everything revolved around this figure. As they approached the divine island, they saw a shocking scene. There was a large hole in the head of the crocoddragon. It was as if something had rushed out of the crocoddragon's head. It failed to pass the tribulation and died here. The figure of the old ancestor of the monster race appeared. He stared at the crocoddragon and said such words. When the group of demon race old ancestors heard the old ancestor's words, they were indescribably shocked. The heavenly tribulation aura that this huge crocoddragon emitted was very strong. Old man, do you think this crocoddragon died when it was about to take the final step? Gu Fei appeared next to the old man. Isn't that obvious? The old man said. The crocoddragon was extremely strong. It was the ruler of the desolate world, but it was killed by the heaven's tribulation when it was about to take the final step. I've never tasted the meat of a crocoddragon. Gu Fei couldn't help but lick his lips when he saw the massive savage beast before him. His eyes even lit up. Don't even think about it. The essence of this crocoddragon has been destroyed by the heaven's tribulation. It's worthless. The old man shook his head. What a pity. Gu Fei really wanted to taste the crocoddragon's meat. But after hearing the old man's words, he gave up on the idea. It was not worth his time to eat something worthless. When some of the old ancestors of the demon race heard Gu Fei's words, they were shocked to the extreme. This guy was too ferocious. He actually wanted to eat the crocoddragon. I heard that this guy ate a heaven-devouring beast. A demonic ancestor said in a low voice. These demonic ancestors did not dare to get too close to Gu Fei. One should know that this guy was a super glutton. If they were to accidentally anger this guy, they would be eaten by him. At this time, Deity Island went around the crocoddragon in the void and continued to rush forward. Soon, the divine island left the range of the crocoddragon's tribulation. The experts were shocked. The range of the crocoddragon's tribulation was too big. The heaven's tribulation covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. From this, one could imagine how shocking the crocoddragon's tribulation was. Not succeeding in the final leap and falling to the state of death, this scene was horrifying, and it caused Gu Fei to feel extremely shocked. No wonder only a small number of people have been able to become exalted figures since ancient times until now. The distance between the stars was very far, but the power of the stars was far greater than that of ordinary stars. The star regions that evolved at the beginning were extremely stable. The distance between the stars were very far. The stars of the stars were far more powerful than ordinary stars of the world. The stars in ancient star region had existed for far too many years. The old turtle said. They were already far away from the deserted world and had entered the primordial star region. Even if someone wanted to track them, they would have been long gone. This is a good place. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he sensed the primal energy of the world outside the divine island. Undergoing tribulation here could draw on the primal energy of the world to refine the body. Of course, this was Gu Fei's method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation. The old tortoise's method might be different. After all, not everyone dared to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper their bodies. Schwa. The old tortoise no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, he reappeared thousands of miles away. This distance was still not far enough. His figure flashed continuously in the primordial starry sky. Soon, he rushed into the depths of the primordial starry sky. The ancestral beasts naturally wouldn't follow them. They all stayed on the island. Some ancestral beasts climbed to the peak of the island while others stood in the sky and gazed into the depths of the primordial starry sky. Only Gu Fei took a step forward and rushed out of the divine island. He entered the depths of the primordial starry sky and landed on a star tens of thousands of miles away from the old turtle. Then, he sat down cross-legged. Buzz. After Gu Fei sat down, a rumbling sound came from his body. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist rose from his head and floated above his head. Is that the mountain and river cauldron? An obscure but powerful aura radiated from the ancient cauldron above Gu Fei's head. Even on the divine island tens of thousands of kilometers away, the experts of the Yao race could feel a great pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. That's definitely the mountain and river cauldron. One cauldron to suppress the mountains and rivers. I didn't expect him to bring this extreme divine cauldron with him. Some ancestral beasts exclaimed. However, to their astonishment, another extreme divine weapon flew out from Gu Fei's body. It was a black saber, a seemingly ordinary black saber. However, it was this ordinary black saber that exuded a peerless and ferocious aura. This shocked the ancestral beasts to the extreme. Peerless saber. Some ancestral beasts exclaimed. The ferocious aura exuded from the black saber made their souls tremble. It was as if the black saber could reap their lives at any time. A peerless dragon was refined into a saber. Sigh. The ancestral beasts looked at the black saber floating above Gu Fei's head and sighed with a complicated expression. The ancestral beasts of the ancestral beasts were the Taihuang, but the azure dragon was also an ancestral dragon born from the heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful, and once it was born, it could swallow clouds and spit out mist. It hunted immortals and demons for food. In the distant past, this primordial ferocious dragon was practically unstoppable. The number of living beings that were devoured by it was innumerable, and in the end, it alarmed a supreme existence. That existence slew this peerless ferocious dragon, then refined its flesh into a peerless divine weapon, the Azure Dragon Blade. The original name of this peerless saber was the Azure Dragon Saber. At this time, the cauldron of mountain and river and the peerless saber appeared above Gu Fei's head at the same time. This shocked countless ancestral beasts on the divine island tens of thousands of miles away. This human was incredible. He was blessed with great fortune. Otherwise, how could he have obtained two divine weapons of the highest path? The old ancestors of the monster race looked at the figure on the distant star in a different light. No one dared to look down on Gu Fei anymore. Gu Fei originally had a divine weapon of the highest path, but he left the purple-gold divine sword in the immortal land of the desolate world. He used his incarnation to wield the sword to protect the Iron Blood Taoist and the Fire Qilin Balon. Both the Iron Blood Taoist and the Fire Qilin wanted to watch the old tortoise go through the heavenly tribulation, but things were unpredictable. Even they did not expect that after drinking a bowl of soup made from the flesh of a heaven-devouring beast, their cultivation would show signs of breaking through. Therefore, Gu Fei could only bring the three spirits and the dragon horn Qilin to watch the tortoise's tribulation. At this time, The three spirits and the dragon-horned Qilin were in the sky above the first immortal pavilion, staring at the figure in the primordial starry sky tens of thousands of miles away. With their level of cultivation, they could clearly see the tortoise's figure from tens of thousands of miles away. In fact, even if they could not see it, they could still sense the tortoise's existence. Rumble. A destructive force appeared in the primordial starry sky. Faint sounds of thunder could be heard from the depths of the starry sky. This destructive breath made everyone on the divine island extremely nervous. "It's finally starting," the ancestral beast muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the void. No one knew where he went. No one could see how he disappeared. However, everyone knew that the ancestral beasts must have been protecting the tortoise in secret. On the surface, Gu Fei was protecting the tortoise with two great divine weapons of the Great Path, while the ancestral beasts were protecting the tortoise in secret. It could be said that no one in this world, the heavenly realm, or the human world could touch the tortoise. Of course, unless it was the Renhuang himself. However, there was only one Renhuang Jiang in the current world, and he would never attack the tortoise. Whether it was the heavenly demons or the demons, among the forces that wanted to get rid of the tortoise, there was no invincible expert who could be mentioned in the same breath as Renhuang Jiang. At this time, in the depths of the primordial starry sky, an incomparably huge tribulation cloud was forming rapidly. The endless tribulation cloud shrouded almost half of the starry sky. Dazzling bolts of lightning flashed continuously in the tribulation cloud. The destructive force was condensing into bolts of lightning that wreaked havoc and tore the void apart. Under the tribulation cloud, the tortoise seemed very small. It was as if a bolt of lightning from the tribulation cloud could blast him into ashes. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering sound of thunder, an extremely dazzling bolt of lightning directly bombarded down from the tribulation cloud. The entire starry sky trembled in the sound of thunder. The heavens tribulation was launched much faster than what everyone had expected, which shocked everyone. Under the tribulation cloud, the tortoise directly punched out. A powerful force directly erupted from his fist, and with one punch, the tribulation lightning that bombarded down from the tribulation cloud was dispersed. Since when did this guy become so ferocious? Tens of thousands of miles away in the starry sky, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a star, could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Was this guy actually fighting against the heavens tribulation with his physical body? Haha. This level of heavens tribulation is too weak. The tortoise stared at the tribulation cloud in the sky and laughed. An unimaginably powerful aura spread from his body, and the powerful pressure impacted the surrounding void and caused the surrounding void to tremble. Chapter 3041. The old tortoise had eaten the tonic soup that Gu Fei had brewed with the flesh, blood, and bones of the heaven-devouring beast, and his body had been tempered to become even stronger. At this time, the advantage of his body was reflected. A terrifying heavenly thunder that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world was smashed by the old turtle with a single punch from the tribulation cloud. In the starry sky hundreds of thousands of miles away, the demon experts on the divine island were shocked to see this scene. Although the demon race's physical bodies were strong, there were not many who dared to fight against the lightning bolts with their bodies. Rumble. An even more terrifying aura of destruction came down from the clouds in the sky. However, the old turtle's fighting spirit under the clouds had also become stronger. Half of the primitive star area was covered by the tribulation clouds. The clouds were still expanding, covering the stars one by one. Lightning kept flashing in the clouds and bombarding those stars from time to time. Old Tortoise realized that the stars that were struck by the lightning in the tribulation cloud did not explode. Instead, the lightning, which exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, only caused the stars to tremble. The stars in the primordial star area are indeed extraordinary. The old turtle was moved. The heavens test he had triggered was that of a quasi-supreme master. The power of the heavens test was extremely terrifying. If he were to undergo the heavens test on the desolate world, the entire region would be destroyed and countless creatures would suffer. However, There were no living creatures in the primordial star area. Whoosh! At that moment, another bolt of lightning the size of a mountain descended from the sky and struck the old tortoise. This time, the tortoise did not resist the lightning and allowed it to strike its body. In an instant, the old turtle disappeared from everyone's sight. He was swallowed by the lightning. The place where he was standing had turned into a huge ball of lightning. Why is this guy still playing at a time like this? Gu Fei, who was sitting on a star tens of thousands of miles away, shook his head when he saw this. The old turtle was too playful. He was still playing when he was undergoing the heavens test. Ha ha! The old tortoise's laughter came from the ball of thunder. It was filled with a destructive aura. Countless lightning bolts intertwined on the ball of thunder, and each bolt of lightning tore through the void. In the center of the thunderball, a figure was faintly discernible. He was actually swallowing and spitting out electricity. The physique of the thunderball was gradually shrinking as it was refined by the old tortoise into his body. Old Tortoise was a descendant of the Supreme Emperor and had mastered the great technique created by the Supreme Emperor. To a certain extent, the power condensed by the heavenly tribulation could also be absorbed and refined by cultivators. This guy, Gu Fei, couldn't help but be moved after sensing the old tortoise's aura. The old tortoise had actually used the calamity-warding heavenly art, which was one of the great arts created by the Supreme Sovereign. The calamity nullification skill could refine the power of heavenly tribulation into one's own power. The old tortoise seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, constantly swallowing and spitting lightning. Streaks of tribulation lightning continued to converge toward Old Tortoise before disappearing into his body. The speed at which the old tortoise refined the power of the tribulation thunder was very slow at first, but it gradually sped up. Later on, the power of the tribulation thunder in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the old tortoise. The old monsters on the Divine Island were indescribably shocked at this scene. The old tortoise's method was too astonishing. Could that be? A monster ancestor suddenly thought of something and became excited. He's cultivated the legendary heavenly art. An old ancestor said with a trembling voice, having noticed something. The calamity nullification skill is indeed wondrous. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The great art created by the Supreme Sovereign was not inferior to the 9 secrets of immortal Tao that Gu Fei had obtained. Of course, no one knew which was stronger between the two. Supreme arts each had their own terrifying power. Once used, they would definitely have the power to destroy the world. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation spun, and tribulation clouds descended from the sky. Terrifying tribulation lightning continuously bombarded the old tortoise from the sky. The destructive power grew stronger and stronger. The endless tribulation lightning once again drowned the old tortoise in destructive lightning. However, the old tortoise simply sat cross-legged in the void and continued to use the calamity nullification art to refine the power of the tribulation into essence and devour it into his own. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more essence the old tortoise refined, and the stronger his aura became. This was the power of the calamity nullification art. It could refine the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation into one's own power and use this method to improve one's cultivation. This heavenly art created by the Supreme Sovereign was too heaven-defying. One had to know that when one transcended the heavenly tribulation, one's cultivation and combatability would be greatly improved. Those who cultivated the calamity nullification art would not fight against the heavenly tribulation like ordinary people. Even if they survived, they would often be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Even if they weren't, their vitality would be greatly damaged. However, the old tortoise was going through a quasi-supreme tribulation after all. No one knew if the calamity nullification art could also nullify a quasi-supreme tribulation. However, judging from the old tortoise's current state, he was not in any danger. He was still using the calamity nullification art to nullify the power of the heavenly tribulation. His vitality was gradually becoming stronger. Judging from the current situation, not only did the power of the heavenly tribulation not injure the old tortoise, but it was also continuously providing vitality to him. This was something that no one expected. Even the eyes of the demon race's great ancestor lit up when he saw this. The calamity nullification art. The demon race's great ancestor muttered to himself. He could not master this heavenly art because it was the supreme sovereign's inheritance. The heavenly art was hidden in the old tortoise's bloodline. When his cultivation reached a certain level, the heavenly art would automatically appear in his mind. This was the inheritance of bloodline. In fact, it was not only the supreme sovereign who could use this method to pass down the great arts he created to his descendants. Those extremely powerful divine beasts and divine birds could pass down the great arts they created to their descendants in this way. This little guy, he actually mastered the calamity nullification art, and he didn't tell me. I'll spank him. The demon race's great ancestor said fiercely. At this time, the old tortoise's situation gradually changed. The power of the heavenly tribulation coming from the tribulation clouds was getting stronger and stronger. His calamity nullification art was also finding it difficult to withstand. The old tortoise finally felt the great pressure from the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 3042. In the primordial star region, the clouds of catastrophe were rolling. Dazzling bolts of lightning shot down from the clouds towards the figure below. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. However, at this moment, an incomparably huge figure appeared in the distant sky. A powerful and terrifying aura spread out from the figure, causing the entire starry sky to shake. What? The great ancestors of the monster clan on the Divine Island were dumbfounded when they saw this. Who was so blind as to actually dare to attack the old turtle? A shocking murderous aura emanated from the figure. In just an instant, the figure had approached them. The nearby stars were shaking as if they were about to fall from the sky. The creature that had suddenly appeared was the crocodile that Gu Fei's group had encountered when they were passing through a desolate starry sky. Didn't this guy fail the catastrophe and die? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but find it hard to believe. A creature that had died under the catastrophe could not possibly come back to life. Moreover, no one knew how long the crocodile had been dead. With Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he could not sense any signs of life from the crocodile at all. Roar! The crocodile roared angrily at the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void sky. The nearby stars were shaking violently, but there was no sign of them falling. The stars in the primordial star region were not so easily destroyed. If it had been in any other star region, countless stars would have exploded. At this moment, all the great ancestors of the monster clan on the Divine Island were extremely shocked. The sound wave had actually impacted some of the great ancestors, causing blood to seep out of their ears. Rumble! The Divine Island shook, and a demonic light of the great path emerged, covering the entire Divine Island. At this moment, the great ancestors of the monster clan on the Divine Island heaved a sigh of relief. The crocodile, which was countless times larger than a star, directly reached out its huge claw towards the old turtle who was in the midst of the catastrophe. The void that was enveloped by the claw continued to shatter. Courting death, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the star, sneered. With a thought, the peerless, ominous saber hovering above his head immediately made a buzzing sound. It flew out and turned into an incomparably huge dragon, pouncing towards the crocodile. A frighteningly ferocious aura spread out from the dragon, and even the stars in the sky paled in comparison. At this moment, the monster race old ancestors on the Divine Island felt their souls tremble despite being enveloped by the demonic light of the great Tao. All the monster race old ancestors felt a chill run down their spines. In front of this giant dragon, they were as weak as ants. This was the might of an extreme divine weapon. Ordinary holy grade beings would find it difficult to even withstand the aura emanating from a divine weapon, let alone contend against an extreme divine weapon. The huge dragon formed by the peerless, ominous saber pounced on the crocodile. Then, the huge crocodile was torn apart by the peerless, ominous dragon. A figure rushed out from the crocodile and directly broke through the void in an attempt to escape. However, the ferocious dragon formed by the peerless, ominous saber stretched out its claws and grabbed the figure that was about to break the void and escape. In the next moment, the figure was crushed into a cloud of blood mist by the dragon's claws. Both his body and soul were destroyed. It turned out that someone was hiding inside the Crocodrogon's body and wanted to use the Crocodrogon's eternal destructive power to deal with the old turtle who was in the midst of the catastrophe. However, the tragic thing was that the guy was killed by Gu Fei's peerless ominous saber as soon as he made his move. After the peerless ominous saber killed the powerful creature, the huge dragon disappeared and turned into an inconspicuous black saber that flew back from afar. The peerless ominous saber truly lives up to its name. On the Divine Island, a monster race old ancestor exclaimed. In actuality, these old ancestors had lived for countless years and naturally knew how terrifying an extreme divine weapon was. Whoever dares to make a move will end up like this. Gu Fei's divine consciousness spread out in all directions, and no one knew how far it had traveled. He was extremely domineering. He did not care who the guy who made a move was and directly killed him. How domineering! The monster race old ancestors on the Divine Island were extremely shocked, but they knew that Gu Fei definitely had the strength to say such words. There were two supreme Dao weapons hovering above Gu Fei's head. He had made his stance clear to intimidate all the living beings who were secretly plotting against the old tortoise. Rumble. At this time, the old turtle was still using the heaven-smiting art, desperately refining the power of the heavenly tribulation for his own use. He wanted to accumulate as much power as possible to deal with the next heavenly tribulation. However, what the old turtle did not expect was that the figures of creatures quickly appeared in the clouds. They were creatures formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation and were extremely powerful. Although the creatures in the deserted world could not take that final step and achieve the ultimate leap to become the most powerful existence in the world, many of them had survived the heavenly tribulation and became quasi-supreme beings. When these creatures went through the heavenly tribulation, they would naturally leave a mark on the heavenly path. Roar! Within the tribulation clouds, a lightning beast was roaring. This was a creature born from lightning, and it was exceptionally powerful. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the tribulation clouds. Come on. The old turtle stood up from the void. He knew that he had to fight. Only by defeating these guys could he pass the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme being. This was the most powerful test given to him by the world. The terrifying thunder beast swooped down from the tribulation cloud and threw a punch at Old Tortoise. Endless purple lightning immediately rushed out of the thunder beast's fist and bombarded Old Tortoise. Every bolt of lightning tore the void, and the aura of destruction filled every inch of the void. Die! Old Tortoise also blasted out a punch. The countless lightning bolts that bombarded him were instantly dispersed by his fist, and the two fists collided. Bolts of purple lightning instantly wrapped around the old turtle's arm. The two figures quickly flew backward. The old turtle used the heaven transformation skill to instantly refine the purple lightning wrapped around his arm. Although the thunder beast was knocked back, it immediately rushed towards the old tortoise again. Its battle intent was extremely strong and terrifying. This was the thunder beast of the ninth heaven. It was extremely powerful and had already taken the step of a quasi-supreme being. The thunder beast of chaos that Gu Fei's clone killed in the chaotic void could not be compared to it. The old turtle displayed his invincible might and fought with the thunder beast. The two figures moved quickly under the clouds. The heaven transformation skill created by the Tai Huang was constantly circulating. The old turtle was devouring the thunder beast's power. The more he fought, the stronger he became while the thunder beast grew weaker. This was the safest way. The old turtle was actually in an invincible position. There was no suspense. An hour later, the old turtle beat the thunder beast back into the heavenly path. However, after the thunder beast was beaten back into the heavenly path, an even more powerful figure emerged from the clouds. Lightning-shaped lotuses fell from the sky and floated toward the old turtle. What kind of creature is this? Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene from afar. Could the desolate world also have the inheritance of the Millennium Buddha? This seemed impossible. After all, the ancient heavenly courts had existed for too long. The era where the Millennium Buddha lived was after the ancient heavenly courts. Since the Millennium Buddha achieved enlightenment after the ancient heavenly courts, he should not have discovered the desolate world. At this time, a peerless figure emerged from the clouds. Although the figure was blurry and no one could tell what it looked like, everyone who saw the figure had the feeling that it was a woman. Gufei was not born and raised in the desolate world, so he naturally did not know where this woman came from. However, the dragon-horned Qilin was a native creature of the desolate world, the legendary Blue Lotus Dominator. On the Divine Island, the white-robed young man in the form of the dragon-horned Qilin saw the figure walking out of the clouds and could not help but be shocked. The Blue Lotus Dominator was an extremely powerful dominator of the desolate world. She was a blue lotus that was born from the primordial chaos. Such a creature's origin alone was enough to shock the world. Furthermore, this blue lotus had cultivated to become a quasi-supreme being. It was absolutely stunning. The old tortoise had already suffered a small loss when it fought against the peerless figure. The stone armor on its body was cracked by the green lotuses. The heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme being had reached this point, and the old turtle was finally injured. He was sent flying by the peerless figure and was coughing up blood. The stone armor on his body was cracked as if it would shatter at any moment. The old turtle was indescribably shocked. One should know that the black tortoise armor was cracked by the peerless figure. This was something that had never happened before. However, the old tortoise's stone armor emitted strands of divine light, which nullified most of the peerless figure's attack. Otherwise, the old tortoise would not have simply vomited blood. Master lent him the sky-blue immortal gold armor. On the Divine Island, above the number 1 pavilion, the 3 spirits of the immortal path seemed to have noticed something. Under the old turtle's stone armor was the sky-blue immortal gold armor. It was an armor that was infinitely close to an extreme saint treasure. Moreover, the sky-blue immortal gold was immortal gold. Even the strongest heavenly tribulation would not be able to damage the sky-blue immortal gold armor. The old turtle had definitely prepared for the heavenly tribulation. He had thought of every method he could think of. He even borrowed the sky-blue immortal gold armor from Gufei and wore it. Die. Chapter 3043. The old tortoise's test came a little too soon. A peerless figure emerged from the clouds of catastrophe and displayed an unparalleled combat ability, sending the old tortoise flying continuously. Everyone knew very well that the peerless figure was merely a mark of the great path left on the heavenly path by an expert of the past. However, it was precisely this figure formed by the mark of the great path that caused the old tortoise to suffer. The peerlessly powerful figure's combat power was so strong that even the stone armor on the old tortoise's body began to crack. This was absolutely unimaginable. After all, the stone armor on the old tortoise was no ordinary armor. It was transformed from the black tortoise armor. The black tortoise armor was definitely a weapon with the strongest defense below the supreme path weapon. Although this treasure armor was not a supreme path weapon, it was not far from it. Its defensive ability was comparable to that of a supreme path weapon. However, a Dao weapon with such a powerful defense had actually cracked under the attack of that peerless figure. This was a testament to the power of the figure. Such a stunning figure did not become a supreme. Tens of thousands of miles away in the starry sky, Gufei sat cross-legged on a star. It was impossible for him not to be shocked when he saw this scene. The peerless figure was really too strong. Ridiculously strong. Even those supreme beings before they attained the heavenly path would not have been so powerful. The power of the heavenly test was filled with a destructive aura, but the destructive aura on the figure was not that strong. Endless lightning emerged and intertwined on her body, condensing into green lotuses. Those green lotuses directly floated up and drifted towards the old tortoise. Although the figure was formed by the power of the heavenly test, it still gave off an otherworldly feeling. As her hands danced, it was as if she was a dancing fairy from the 9 heavens. The Green Lotus Dominator was definitely one of the most powerful dominators in the history of the desolate world. The The green lotus that floated out from the peerless figure possessed unimaginable power. Even when the old tortoise used the Calamity Heaven skill, it was difficult for him to completely quantify the destructive power that erupted from the green lotus dominator. Yes, old tortoise has been beaten up badly. It's about to show its might. On a star tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Fei, who was closely watching the old turtle's tribulation, saw that the old turtle was about to go crazy. After all, he was the son of the Grand Emperor and was extremely arrogant. The turtle flew into a rage out of humiliation after being beaten black and blue under the watchful eyes of the demon race's ancestors. A huge dragon emerged from its body and pounced at the peerless figure with bared fangs and brandished claws. It was as if a real ancestral dragon had appeared in the world. An extremely powerful quasi-supreme level draconic might spread out from the dragon's shadow. Rumble. Countless green lotuses landed on the ancestral dragon's body and exploded in an instant. The ancestral dragon's shadow became faint from the explosion, as if it would dissipate into the void at any time. Dragon Claw. Old Tortoise roared and raised his right hand. He directly grabbed at the peerless figure with green lotuses blooming all over his body. The void between heaven and earth was as fragile as a thin piece of paper under the dragon's claw and was torn apart. The figure reached out his right hand and slapped the dragon claw of Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise immediately suffered a great impact. His body trembled, and he was directly sent flying thousands of meters away. How is this possible? Old Tortoise was inexplicably shocked. This opponent was really too powerful. It didn't make sense. Didn't the deserted world not have a supreme yet? How could such a figure exist? This was not without reason. The combat power displayed by this mark of the Great Path was too strong. Such a figure had a high chance of successfully taking that step and achieving the ultimate leap to become an invincible supreme. Old Tortoise was not the only one who was shocked. All the demon race's ancestors who were watching the battle from afar were inexplicably shocked. Even the demon race's ancestors who were hiding in the void could not help but be moved. However, being shocked was just being shocked. Old Tortoise still had to face this peerless figure. He once again attacked with all his strength, and the terrifying power of the ancestral dragon erupted from his body. Sounds of wind and thunder came from his body. The power of his bloodline began to awaken. For Old Tortoise, the power of his bloodline was his trump card. He was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, and the bloodline of the Tai Huang Emperor possessed unimaginable power. Boom! Immediately, a ball of dazzling demonic light erupted from Old Tortoise's body. It was as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating the entire dim, primordial starry sky. Old Tortoise's figure disappeared. Within that ball of demonic light, there seemed to be a powerful creature that was about to transform. A trace of the extreme path actually seeped out. The Tai Huang Emperor's bloodline is indeed powerful. On a star tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he saw this scene. Old Tortoise's innate advantage was too strong. The Tai Huang Emperor's bloodline was almost immortal, which greatly benefited Old Tortoise. Most importantly, the Tai Huang Emperor's inheritance was hidden in the bloodline and passed down to Old Tortoise. The Tai Huang Emperor's bloodline in Old Tortoise's body was like a supreme treasure. Hegemon Green Lotus's incarnation of the Great Path seemed to be very afraid of the ball of demonic light that Old Tortoise had transformed into, and it actually retreated. At the same time, an even more powerful power of heavenly tribulation descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Hegemon Green Lotus's incarnation of the Great Path was attracting the power of heavenly tribulation to itself. Rumble, earth-shattering thunderclaps kept coming from the tribulation clouds, and the entire void was filled with an aura of destruction. Bolts of lightning landed on Hegemon Green Lotus's incarnation of the Great Path. Her incarnation of the Great Path actually became clearer, as if it was really going to walk out of the void. Such a method was too shocking. It should be noted that Hegemon Green Lotus's incarnation of the Great Path was merely an evolution of a Great Path mark that she had branded on the heavenly path. However, at this moment, all living beings who saw this scene had an illusion. That was, This incarnation of the Great Path seemed to still retain the consciousness of the young ruler, and it was actually using Hegemon Green Lotus's great technique. Tread the 9 heavens, I am supreme. At this moment, a loud voice came from the ball of demonic light that resembled a divine sun under the tribulation clouds. A figure that was powerful beyond the 9 heavens could be vaguely seen in that ball of demonic light. Tai Huang. When the old ancestor of the demon clan, who was hidden in the void, saw this scene, he was truly shocked. At this moment, the Tai Huang seal in the old ancestor's hand kept vibrating, as if it was going to break free from his grasp and fly out. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came from afar. In the endless starry sky, an incomparably huge figure appeared in the primordial star sector. Chapter 3044. An unimaginable change occurred in the primordial starry sky. The old turtle had activated the Tai Huang bloodline in his body. A blurry figure walked out of the bloodline power, as if the Tai Huang had descended to the world. An extreme aura spread out from the figure. Even the heaven's retribution was affected, and the primordial starry sky trembled. Although the peerless figure formed by the Great Path imprint was extremely powerful, it seemed to have some misgivings at this time and actually retreated. It was hard to imagine how a creature formed by the Great Path imprint could have its own consciousness. This was something that had never happened before. Gu Fei was also extremely shocked. After all, he had fought with these creatures formed by the Great Path imprint more than once. He had a certain understanding of such creatures. However, at this moment, another powerful figure appeared in the distant starry sky. The two figures were facing each other. The two powerful auras collided, and the nearby stars trembled as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. It was like a battle between two extreme supreme beings. The mighty pressure from the two figures shook the entire stable primordial starry sky. Sky Demon, the old ancestor of the demon clan, who was hidden in the void, was inexplicably shocked when he saw the figure standing in the distant starry sky. The old ancestor of the demon clan could not believe that the Sky Demon clan had actually used such a trump card. This was because the Sky Demon clan had used such a trump card to prevent the old turtle from becoming a supreme being. At this time, a figure gradually became clear in the dazzling Great Path demonic light. The figure was devouring the surrounding Great Path demonic light. Soon, the Great Path demonic light that was as dazzling as the sun disappeared. It was completely devoured by the figure. The old turtle. Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he saw the figure. He could sense that it was not the old turtle, but an existence that had disappeared for countless years. Is the Tai Huang reappearing? The old ancestor of the demon clan, who was hidden in the void, said. This was a state after the Tai Huang bloodline was activated. The Tai Huang returned in a different state, but this state would not last for long. The Tai Huang would then disappear again. Of course, this wasn't the true Tai Huang, but a subconscious awakening of the Tai Huang's bloodline. This awakening was absolutely world-shaking. The existence in the distant sky was the same. The Sky Demon had disappeared for countless years, but he had reappeared in the world in a different form. I can't believe that one of my sons has finally taken this step. Then, he slapped a palm at the Great Path incarnation of the Green Lotus Hegemon. The Great Path incarnation of the Green Lotus Hegemon dissipated in the void and turned into a mark of the Great Path that returned to the heavenly path. It was as simple as that. This peerless figure had once made the old tortoise vomit blood, but now, the peerless expert that the old tortoise had transformed into had smashed it apart with one palm. Old Tortoise was no longer himself, but someone else. All of you, retreat. The great ancestor of the demon clan transmitted his voice to Gu Fei and the other great ancestors of the demon clan on the Divine Island. This was a battle between supreme beings, and outsiders could no longer intervene. The Tai Huang and the Sky Demon had been enemies for countless years. They were born to be enemies. Back then, the Sky Demon was defeated, and the Tai Huang became the supreme being of the demon clan. This time, the two supreme beings of the demon clan met again in a different form, but this time, no one knew what the result would be. Rumble. The Divine Island was shaking. Under the cover of the demonic light of the Great Path, the divine island turned into a beam of demonic light and rushed into the distance, retreating. Gu Fei also stood up from the planet, turned around, and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared tens of thousands of miles away. At this time, the tribulation clouds in the starry sky began to dissipate, and the power of the heavenly tribulation began to weaken. The heavenly tribulation had passed, and no one had expected such an outcome. The heavenly tribulation had actually dissipated just like that. The old tortoise had succeeded. To be more precise, the Tai Huang bloodline in his body had helped him overcome this tribulation. But now, his greatest threat came from the similarly unimaginably powerful figure in the starry sky opposite him. The show is about to start. The demon clan ancestor, who was hiding in the void, also retreated far away. Although he had the Tai Huang seal in his hand, it was better not to interfere in a battle of this level. Boom! At this time, the Tai Huang took a step forward, and the entire primordial starry sky shook violently. Then, the stars around him exploded. Even the stars in the primordial starry sky, which were incomparably strong and stable, were shattered under the Tai Huang's feet. This was the power and terror of a supreme being. At the same time, the figure in the starry sky on the opposite side also took a step forward, traversing the endless starry sky in an instant. Two fists collided. Bang! With a muffled sound, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread between the two supreme beings. Then, the stars exploded one by one. With just one blow, all the stars in the primordial starry sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles exploded. If Gu Fei and the others had not retreated in time, they would have been affected. So strong. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. The gap between a demi-supreme and a supreme was indeed huge. One step forward was like the sky, and one step back was like the earth. This was the difference between heaven and earth. The Tai Huang and the sky demon fought in this primordial starry sky. At this time, they were the main characters, not the old turtle. This was a different kind of confrontation. No one thought that the two leaders of the demon race from countless years ago would fight again in this way. All the demon clan ancestors on the divine island were stunned. They could not believe it. Even Gu Fei and the demon clan ancestor found it hard to believe. Whether in the heaven realm, the human world, or the deserted world, there was only one such being, and that was Zhang Huang. Because Zhang Huang was an invincible being in the current world. But now, the Tai Huang and the Sky Demon had reappeared in a different way. It was as if there were two more supreme beings in the world. Of course, this state could not last long, but it was enough to shock the world. The problem was that all of this happened in the primordial starry sky of the deserted world. Other than a group of powerful demons, no one knew about it. Otherwise, if the news were to spread, it would have shocked the entire heaven realm and the human world. The battle of supreme beings broke out. The Tai Huang and the Sky Demon continued the battle from countless years ago. It was hard to say who would win now. You are destined to lose. The Tai Huang strode through the starry sky, closing in on the Sky Demon. His supreme might caused the nearby stars to fall continuously. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene. The calamity avoidance art isn't invincible. As the heavenly demon spoke, runes interweaved in his eyes. In the next moment, a dazzling demonic light erupted from his eyes. Then, two blades of light shot out from his eyes and slashed towards the approaching Grand Emperor. This was a killing technique created by the heavenly demon. It was known as the merciless slash of the heavenly demon. This killing technique was known to be able to destroy everything in the world. It was extremely powerful. The heavenly demon was merciless. He slaughtered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless living beings had fallen under his merciless slash. In the end, only the Grand Emperor was able to stand against him. He defeated him and became the supreme being of the demon race. If it wasn't for the Grand Emperor, who knew how many more living beings would have been killed by the heavenly demon? Bzzz. The void trembled as the Grand Emperor unleashed the calamity avoidance art. All the essence of the world that got close to him was refined by him. The two blades of light broke through the layers of calamity energy and slashed towards the Grand Emperor. However, when the two blades of light got close to the Grand Emperor, they dimmed down. Just as they were about to hit the Grand Emperor, they were finally turned into the most primitive essence of the calamity avoidance art and dissipated into the void. I've already said it. Be it in the past or now, you are no match for me. You are destined to lose. The Grand Emperor was extremely domineering. With a wave of his hand, a huge dragon claw appeared in the starry sky and directly grabbed at the heavenly demon. Large swathes of the starry sky collapsed under the dragon claw. This was a great destruction. If this had happened in the desolate world, an entire region would have been destroyed and countless living beings would have perished. At this level of cultivation, one could definitely destroy the world. There was no doubt about this. Seeing this, the ancestral patriarchs on the island were shocked and dumbfounded. The power of a supreme being was too strong. Before such power, they were like ants. Supreme beings of the extreme path could look down on the world and be invincible. This was not a lie or an exaggeration. Supreme beings of the extreme path definitely had such power. This is the power I've been pursuing. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel excited. He was already at the quasi-supreme level and was only one step away from the supreme realm. However, it was extremely difficult to take this step. Since ancient times, there have been countless talented creatures, and there have been many who have cultivated to the level of a quasi-sovereign. However, there are only a few who have truly made the final leap. The vast majority of quasi-supreme beings were stuck at the quasi-supreme level, unable to take that final step. From this, one could imagine how difficult it was to take that final step. This was no longer something that could be decided by talent, physique, or even bloodline. Even with the help of a supreme being, there was no guarantee that someone could take that final step. At this point, everything depended on oneself. Moreover, whether or not one could take that final step depended on luck. Gu Fei was well aware of his own situation. If he wanted to take that final step, to make the final leap, it would be even more difficult than ordinary quasi-supreme beings. This was because he walked the path of achieving the Tao through strength. Since the ancient times, there had only been one person who had used this method to become a supreme, the legendary martial ancestor. Being able to witness the battle between the Tai Huang and the heavenly demon was extremely important to Gu Fei. He wanted to comprehend his own Tao and perhaps find a way to take that final step. At this time, the ancestral patriarch who had been hiding in the void had returned to the divine island. The Tai Huang seal in his hand was constantly vibrating and emitting a buzzing sound. This was the Tai Huang seal's reaction to the Tai Huang's aura. It was as if it could fly out of the ancestral patriarch's hand and fly towards the Tai Huang at any time. However, the Tai Huang seal didn't summon it. He was only fighting against the heavenly demon with his bare hands. Of course, the heavenly demon also had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Legend had it that the heavenly demon had once refined a supreme demonic weapon. However, this weapon was extremely mysterious, and no one had ever seen it before. Chapter 3046. In the depths of the primeval starfield, two powerful figures were moving at high speed. Their origins were truly frightening. They were both peerless powerhouses of the past. In the distant past, the Yao race had been incomparably powerful. They had produced two of their greatest masters, the Tai Huang and the Celestial Yao. This was definitely an anomaly. The battle between the Tai Huang and the Celestial Yao had been earth-shattering. It had almost shattered the human world. In the end, the Tai Huang had defeated the Celestial Yao, but the latter had escaped. As the Yao race's greatest master, the Tai Huang didn't want to kill them all. Thus, the Celestial Yao had been passed on. However, the Celestial Yao's benevolence had left him and his descendants with a future trouble that would haunt them for countless years. This was something the Tai Huang hadn't expected. Rumble. The primeval starfield shook. The two figures moved like lightning. Wherever they passed, the void crumbled, the stars exploded, and everything was destroyed. In the end, the two powerhouses tore through the void and fought their way into the depths of chaos. A terrifying aura of the ultimate path emanated from the depths of chaos, spreading to the wasteland. The aura of the ultimate path came from the depths of endless space. All living beings on the wasteland continent were terrified. Even the paragons were shaken. What's going on? Is there someone stronger than us in this world? Some paragons were shocked. The wasteland world had never seen someone stronger than a paragon. This made all the paragons feel uneasy. The aura of the Tai Huang and the celestial Yao. How is this possible? In Firmament City, the wasteland world, a figure shot out from the palace of the city lord and hovered above the city. It was the golden-browed Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin was an ancient member of the Qin clan. He had lived for countless years and had even lived through the Dark Ages. His knowledge was unparalleled. He knew many of the secrets of heaven and earth. Whoosh! The Old Man Qin Emperor thought for a moment before he turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, charging into the starry sky. He followed the direction where the aura of the extreme path had come from and soon disappeared into the starry sky. How is this possible? There can't be someone stronger than us in this world. In Firmament City's city lord residence, the Tongbi elder ape said fearfully. He was very clear about the terror of the two mighty auras descending from the depths of the starry sky. In front of that kind of aura, he was simply an ant, or even worse than an ant. In another region, a golden lotus soared into the sky. On top of the golden lotus stood a figure that radiated golden light. This was a peerless divine being of the Golden Clan. Ever since he entered the deserted world, he had rarely been seen. But now, the appearance of the extreme path's aura had alarmed the golden deity. The golden lotus beneath the golden deity's feet also exuded an extreme aura. This golden lotus was the Golden Clan's supreme Tao artifact. The Golden Clan was not a monarch race of the Soaring Dragon ancestral star, but a monarch race of the Buzhou ancestral star. The human realm was incredibly vast, and there were 5 recognized sources of life. The Buzhou ancestral star was one of the sources of life. The cultivators in the human world believed that only the sources of life in the human world could give birth to supreme sovereigns. There were already 2 supreme sovereigns in the ancestral star of Buzhou, the Golden Sovereign of the Gold Clan and the Violet Cloud Sovereign of the Violet Cloud Clan. Any monarch race that had produced a sovereign had mastered the legacy of the sovereign and possessed an incomparably deep foundation. The ordinary primordial era forces could not compare to them. For example, the divine residence of the middle state on the Buzhou ancestral star was destroyed by Gu Fei because it had never produced a sovereign. At this time, powerful sovereigns from various regions of the deserted world soared into the sky and entered the galaxy to search for the source of the extreme path's aura. Among the sovereigns who entered the galaxy, the majority were from the heaven realm. Rumble. In the depths of the primordial universe, the battle between the Tai Huang and the Sky Fiend had reached its climax. The two were evenly matched, and there was still no clear winner. This was the collision of the Tai Huang's Tao and the Sky Fiend's Tao. Both had used their Tao to its fullest potential. The perfect rhythm of the Tao shook Gu Fei's heart and inspired him greatly. Only by using one's Tao to its fullest potential would one have the chance to make the ultimate leap and become an invincible sovereign. However, since ancient times, how many people could follow their own Tao to the end? At this moment, apart from Gu Fei and the monster clan ancestor, no one else could see the two figures fighting fiercely in the chaos. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the chaos. Then, a figure quickly retreated and dodged. Buzz! At that moment, the Tai Huang seal in the monster ancestor's hand vibrated and flew out of his hand. It rushed into the chaos and landed in the Tai Huang's hand. He's finally using the Tai Huang seal. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He circulated his martial path heavenly eye, wanting to see the demonic weapon in the sky demon's hand. However, what shocked him was that there was only a ball of demonic light in the sky demon's hand. He couldn't see what was inside the demonic light. What's going on? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The ball of demonic light in the Sky Fiend's hand was releasing blades of light that cut through the chaos chi and slashed at the Tai Huang seal. The power of the extreme Tao was vast and mighty. Even the chaos chi was destroyed by the light from the Sky Fiend's hand. The Tai Huang seal was forced to retreat. But at that moment, a huge seal fell into the Tai Huang seal's hand. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from the seal, and an excited divine will fluctuation came from it. The god inside the grand sovereign seal had awakened. The Tai Huang seal was a complete extreme Tao weapon with a complete god. Clang. The demonic light in the Skyfiend's hand shot out a dazzling demonic light. It was as though a peerless divine weapon was unsheathed. It was terrifying to the extreme. The mysterious demonic weapon released a power that caused the entire chaos void to tremble. The Tai Huang seal rushed out from the Tai Huang seal's hand and continuously destroyed the demonic light. Then, it slashed towards the Skyfiend. Boom! The Tai Huang seal slashed down, causing the entire chaos void to tremble. Rays of golden light descended from the Tai Huang seal, as though golden dragons were rushing out from the Tai Huang seal. Two extreme Tao weapons clashed. This was no different from a fight between two supremes of the extreme Tao. The final battle had arrived. Both supremes of the extreme Tao had used their extreme Tao weapons. No one knew who would have the last laugh. Chapter 3047. In the depths of the void of chaos, endless chaotic air surged. Two figures glowing with the light of the great path were moving at high speed. Terrifying auras of the extreme path swept out in all directions. At this moment, even the countless creatures on the wasteland continent felt the two auras of the extreme path. They were all terrified. It was a kind of deterrence that directly affected the soul. The fear of billions of creatures came from the depths of their souls. Even the sovereigns were the same. Before the power of the extreme path, any creature was an ant. There was no difference. The wasteland world had never seen such a powerful being. When the auras of the extreme path descended, all the sovereigns were stunned. It was hard to believe. Throughout the ages, the cultivators of the wasteland world had made all kinds of attempts, but no one had ever taken that step. No one had ever made the ultimate leap. However, when the auras of the extreme path suddenly appeared in the wasteland world, some people naturally thought that someone had finally taken that step. However, there were two auras of the extreme path, which was unusual. It was impossible for two beings to take that step at the same time and become sovereigns at the same time. The probability of that happening was too small. At this time, deep in the primordial stellar zone, the battle between the Tai Huang and the Tianyao had reached its most critical moment. In the chaos, two beams of immortal demonic light kept colliding. The terrifying destructive power spread out, and even the primal chaos energy was directly obliterated. Kill. The sky demon was going all out. The ball of demonic light in his hand was as dazzling as a divine sun. Powerful demonic light of the great path shot out from his hand, piercing through the void sky and colliding with the great seal. The Tai Huang was not to be trifled with. The power of the extreme path erupted from the seal, shaking the entire void of chaos. No one dared to enter the void of chaos to watch the battle, not even Gu Fei or the demon ancestor. From time to time, demonic lights of the extreme path shot out from the chaos. The demonic lights pierced through the entire primordial stellar zone. Wherever they passed, the stars that were swept by the demonic lights exploded. Both Gu Fei and the demon ancestor knew that the battle was about to end. The Tai Huang and the Tianyao had reappeared in the world in a different way. This method could not last long. When the time was up, the Tai Huang and the Tianyao would disappear. Rumble. Within the primal chaos, two beams of immortal demonic light shone with the brightest light. Come, let's settle this in one move. The heavenly monster's voice came from the depths of the chaos. Very good. The Grand Emperor's voice rang out. Then, two rays of demonic light broke through the void and clashed against each other. Hum! A world-shaking explosion rang out from within the primal chaos, and then it spread throughout the entire primal star field. A wave of supreme destructive energy spread out from the primal chaos. Countless demonic runes spread out and then dissipated. At the same time, the demonic runes released a terrifying destructive energy that directly destroyed the void. A vast expanse of the void was annihilated, and the destruction spread out for millions of miles in an instant. Even Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat far into the distance to avoid this mighty power of destruction. A part of the starry sky collapsed and was annihilated. Stars exploded like dazzling fireworks. After displaying the most brilliant moment, they dissipated in the void and completely disappeared from this world. At this time, the Grand Emperor and the heavenly monster's power of the Great Path instantly rose to the peak, and then it rapidly weakened. The two immortal figures disappeared. Who won? Gu Fei and the old ancestor of the demon clan were extremely excited, but the two powers of the Great Path were colliding and canceling each other out. No one dared to approach. An hour later, a figure walked out from the chaotic void. A large seal floated above this person's head, and rays of golden light fell from the seal, protecting him within. The old turtle won. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Old Tortoise took a step forward and arrived in front of Gu Fei with a solemn look on his face. "Why do you have such an expression?" Gu Fei came up to him. "What expression can I have?" The old turtle said solemnly. He had already passed the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. He should be happy, but he really couldn't bring himself to be happy. Could it be? Gu Fei's face changed. He had a bad premonition. "Yes, that guy ran away," the old turtle said. Although he had transformed into the Grand Emperor, his mind was extremely clear. Of course, his body was completely controlled by the Grand Emperor's will. Old Tortoise could feel every detail of that battle. For him, it was definitely a rare experience. For him, it could be said to be a beacon of light for his future path. However, what made the old turtle unhappy was that the descendant of the heavenly monster ran away. The result of that battle was simply a copy of the battle between the Grand Emperor and the heavenly monster. Back then, the Grand Emperor defeated the heavenly monster, but the heavenly monster ran away. This time, the Grand Emperor and the heavenly monster fought in a different way. The Grand Emperor still won, but the heavenly monster still ran away. "The next time we meet, I'll just kill him again," Gu Fei said. He also knew that the awakening of the Grand Emperor's bloodline in the old turtle's body this time was of great benefit to him. The old turtle was likely to be in seclusion. "The next time we meet, I will definitely kill this heavenly monster." The old turtle gritted his teeth. The Grand Emperor's bloodline and the heavenly monster's bloodline were mortal enemies. The old turtle naturally would not let the descendant of the heavenly monster go. However, he also knew that the heavenly monster's cultivation was definitely not below his. Even if they met again, it would not be easy to kill the descendant of the heavenly monster. "Let's go." The old turtle took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the divine island. Even Gu Fei could not help but be moved by such speed. At this time, the broken void was constantly repaired under the effect of the desolate world's power of heaven and earth. However, the destroyed stars would never appear again. After the unconventional battle between the Grand Emperor and the heavenly monster, the depths of the primordial stellar area became another silent starry sky. There was not a single star to be seen here. Gu Fei also took a step forward and instantly returned to the divine island to meet up with the others. Rumble. The entire divine island moved. It was shrouded by a demonic light of the Great Path, and then moved quickly in the primordial stellar area. They were on their way back. Not long after the divine island left, a powerful figure appeared in the depths of the primordial stellar area. At this time, the entire primordial stellar area was still in a mess. The void was broken and the chaotic air was vast. There was still a trace of the aura of the extreme path that had not completely dissipated in the entire void. It really is the Grand Emperor and the heavenly monster. How did they do it? The figure muttered to himself. It was an old man in black. He stood quietly in the void with a very serious expression. He had a pair of golden eyebrows. This old man was Emperor Qin. He had finally arrived here, but the battle of the extreme path had already come to an end. Emperor Qin stood in the void for a long time and then disappeared in the void. No one knew where he went. About an hour after Emperor Qin's departure, a few more mysterious figures appeared in the primordial stellar area. When they saw the ruined star field, they were shocked. This was the primordial stellar area. The void was extremely stable, but someone had destroyed it to this extent. Even a paragon with all his might could not destroy the primordial stellar area. Only someone stronger than a paragon could do it. But in the wasteland world, the strongest beings were the paragons. There had never been someone stronger than them. However, ever since the passage between the wasteland world and the heavenly world was opened, more and more beings from the heavenly world came to the wasteland world. The paragons of the wasteland world discovered that there had once been an invincible being stronger than a paragon. These invincible beings in the heavenly world were called the extreme path paragons or extreme emperor paragons. In fact, many of the paragons of the wasteland world had left for the heavenly world. The two great worlds had long since begun to communicate with each other, and it would only continue to deepen. But when the paragons of the wasteland world sensed that someone stronger than a paragon had appeared in the wasteland world, they were shocked. Even in the heavenly world, such a being was extinct. There was no way it could have appeared. But now, the aura of the extreme path emanated from the primordial stellar area. This was absolutely true. A paragon had appeared in the wasteland world. Aside from some of the most powerful elders in the heavenly world and the human world, only Gu Fei and the others knew the truth of the matter. The silent starfield began to bustle with activity. The paragons of the wasteland world entered the heavenly world. Before long, Gu Fei and the others saw a beam of divine light shoot across the starfield 1,000 miles from the divine island and into the depths of the starfield. Gu Fei and the Turtle King ignored these paragons. For them, only a small number of paragons were worthy opponents. Ordinary paragons were no match for them. There were strong and weak paragons in the wasteland world. The strongest paragons were strong enough to contend with Gu Fei and the Turtle King, but there weren't many of them in the wasteland world. On the other hand, among the paragons of the human world and heavenly world, there were many who defied the natural order. Swoosh! The divine island transformed into a demonic light that rushed through a star field, crossing the boundless star field. Just as the divine island disappeared into the starry sky, a golden lotus appeared where the divine island passed. The lotus bloomed. Runes intertwined on each petal. Atop the lotus stood a figure radiating golden light. The power of the great path of metal surged from his body. It's them. Could it be? The figure on the golden lotus said. Then, the golden lotus emitted a ray of golden light and disappeared into the void. Chapter 3048. An island shrouded in the demonic light of the great path emerged from the depths of space and descended upon the wasteland. Whoosh! On this day, many powerful beings in the wasteland world saw the island. It descended upon the 5 elements spiritual land and hovered in the air above it. Just then, a figure tore open the void and fled into the chaos. Roar! A furious roar resounded from the island. A silhouette rushed out from the island and directly charged into the chaos, wanting to stop that powerful creature. That's Gu Fei sensed a powerful 5-elemental aura emerging from the primordial chaos. However, this aura instantly disappeared into the primordial chaos. The 5-element sovereign actually dared to come back? The Yao followers of the old turtle couldn't help but pale. They knew who the fellow who'd suddenly shattered the void and fled was. It was the 5-element sovereign, whom the old turtle had once chased away. The 5-element sovereign had originally been the master of the 5-element spiritual land, but the old turtle had come and taken a liking to this place. As a result, the 5-element sovereign had run out of luck. The 5-element sovereign was naturally no match for the old turtle. Even though the old turtle hadn't become a supreme yet, he still possessed the Tai Huang seal. Damn it! At that moment, the space that had been repaired suddenly shattered, and a figure rushed out of the shattered space. It was Old Tortoise. He hadn't been able to capture the 5-element sovereign. The fellow had escaped. By now, everyone could smell the stench of blood permeating the air. They hurriedly rushed out of the island and saw that the 5-element spiritual land was in complete disarray. The experts couldn't help but pale. The spiritual land was strewn with corpses. Among them were divine birds that shone with dazzling golden light, as well as beasts the size of small mountains. These were the experts of the demon clan. Old Tortoise had left them in the five elements spiritual land to guard it. Now, however, the five elements hegemon had slaughtered all of them. Not a single one of them had been spared, and as a result, the five elements hegemon revealed his true form. Preposterous. The demonic beasts couldn't help changing their expressions. They saw that even the holy sovereign great beast had died in the five elements spiritual land, but its corpse still emitted a powerful holy sovereign aura. Even if a holy venerable died, not just anyone could approach their corpse because the powerful aura given off by the corpse could only be endured by holy venerables. The group of demon clan powerhouses was filled with hatred, but they also knew very well that the five-element creature that could kill a holy venerate was definitely not something they could deal with. What's going on? Gu Fei came to Old Tortoise and said, "It's that bastard five elements hegemon. He actually took advantage of my absence to attack this place." The Old Tortoise gritted his teeth and said, this time, he had suffered a great loss. A Paragon monster race expert that had stayed behind had fallen. Although the other monster race experts were not Paragon great monsters, there were still quite a few Paragon monster race experts. This infuriated Old Tortoise. You were far too careless. You actually left behind a seed of disaster like this. Gu Fei shook his head. Old Tortoise was the son of the Grand Emperor and had lived for countless years. He found it hard to believe that he had made such a mistake. That fellow is extremely crafty. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him escape that day, Old Tortoise said angrily. He hadn't wanted to leave behind a seed of disaster, but the five elements sovereign was far too crafty. As soon as he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately fled. You'll be in deep trouble if you're targeted by a fellow like that. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a sigh. It must be understood that the five elements hegemon was a quasi-autarch. The ruler of the desolate world was a quasi-autarch. If that fellow dares to appear again, I'll definitely blast him to smithereens, Old Tortoise said viciously. His eyes shone with incomparable ferocity. This time, he was truly enraged. The five elements sovereign had thoroughly infuriated him. All right, don't be angry anymore. I think it's time for you to go into seclusion, Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's bloodline power had been completely stimulated. To Old Tortoise, this was equivalent to opening up an enormous treasure trove. Naturally, he wanted to find out what treasures were hidden within this treasure trove. Not even Old Tortoise knew what was hidden within the Grand Emperor's bloodline inheritance. However, Old Tortoise knew that this was the cultivation experience passed down by his father. It was even a part of the Grand Emperor Sutra. Legend had it that the Grand Emperor had once left behind an inheritance. Some said that the Grand Emperor had left behind a copy of the Grand Emperor Sutra. This was the Grand Emperor's lifelong study in the various killing techniques he had created. In truth, no one knew whether or not the Grand Emperor had left behind a copy of the Supreme Scripture. Not even Old Tortoise knew. I'm going into seclusion, Old Tortoise said with a sigh. Old Tortoise said with a sigh. There were too many things contained in the bloodline, and he really had to comprehend them. I'm going to do something big as well, Gu Fei said. What big thing? Old Tortoise immediately became interested. I'm going to refine a cauldron of great medicine. A cauldron of great medicine that can directly make one a saint, Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. What? You're actually going to refine such a great medicine? At this time, Old Ancestor of the demon race walked over and happened to hear Gu Fei's words. He couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked. One must know that in this world, there had never been any great medicine that could directly make one a saint after eating it. However, there were great medicines that could allow people to directly ascend to the heavens and become immortals after eating them. You're amazing. If you can refine such a great medicine, then you'll have to give me a dozen of them. Old Tortoise patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said. He knew that Gu Fei had an immortal divine medicine. If there was anyone in this world who could refine a great medicine that could make one a saint, it would definitely be Gu Fei. I'm also looking forward to it. Old Ancestor of the demon race was also very curious. After all, he had never seen a great medicine that could make one a saint. In this world, No one could compare to this old ancestor of the demon race in terms of knowledge. One should know that this old ancestor was a super ancient of the same generation as the Tai Huang. The Tai Huang's era was incomparably ancient. As for how long the old ancestor of the demon race had lived, no one could tell. Let's part ways here. Gu Fei cupped his hands at the old tortoise and old ancestor. At this time, the dragonhorn Qilin and the three spirits of the immortal Tao walked out from the divine island and stood behind Gu Fei. All right, I'm going into seclusion too. I won't have time to spar with you. I'll find you after I come out. Old Tortoise said. Thus, Gu Fei bid farewell to the old tortoise and old ancestor. He left the five elements spiritual land with the dragon-horned beast and the three spirits of the immortal Tao, heading back to his own territory. Gu Fei's territory wasn't very far from the old tortoise's territory. Soon, they returned to the land of immortal spirits. Just as Gu Fei returned to the land of immortal spirits, the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin came out to greet him. Gu Fei's clone also came out from the depths of the spiritual land. You've all succeeded? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he glanced at the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin. When he left the spiritual land, the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin were undergoing their tribulations. That day, Gu Fei killed the sky-devouring beast and boiled it into a cauldron of great medicine. After the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin ate the medicine, they immediately triggered their respective tribulations. Because of this, the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin couldn't follow Gu Fei into the depths of the starry sky to watch the old tortoise undergo the quasi-sovereign heavenly tribulation. At this time, even the old tortoise had undergone the quasi-sovereign heavenly tribulation. Naturally, the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin had also undergone their tribulations. At this time, the iron-blood Taoist's body emitted a powerful great saint aura. He had broken through the finger bone he cultivated and had broken through to the great saint realm. Looking at the fire Qilin, the fire Qilin's cultivation had also broken through to the saint emperor realm. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. The fire Qilin's cultivation had also caught up. However, the fire Qilin's cultivation was still far from the iron-blood Taoists. It seemed impossible for the fire Qilin to catch up to the iron-blood Taoist. Not bad. Xiao Qin nodded. He was very satisfied with the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin's performance. He directly plucked 2 peaches of immortality from his inner world and gave them to the iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin. The iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin were overjoyed. They carefully put away the peach of immortality. They knew that the peach of immortality was a quasi-immortal divine medicine. To them, this meant that they had an extra life. Cultivate well. Gu Fei encouraged them. Yes, my lord. The iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin hurriedly replied. All right, I'm going into seclusion for a while. You two help my clone and guard this place well. Gu Fei said. My lord is going into seclusion? The iron-blood Taoist and the fire Qilin looked at each other in shock. However, when they thought about it, it didn't seem strange at all. It was very likely that their lord had comprehended something while watching the demon lord's tribulation and needed to go into seclusion to comprehend it. That's it then. As soon as Gu Fei finished speaking, he directly opened his inner world and walked into it. This place of immortal spirits was still under the protection of Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone wielded the purple gold divine sword. No one dared to recklessly barge into his territory. After entering the inner world, Gu Fei walked around in it. Soon, he arrived at the top of a celestial mountain where Yen lived. There was a pavilion on the celestial mountain. At this time, Yen was sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the world around her. Her clothes were whiter than snow, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. It was as if she didn't exist in this world. She was like a celestial spirit that had transcended the mortal world. Gu Fei didn't disturb her. He only looked at her from afar. He stood in the void for a while before turning around and leaving. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.